Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Norman Black, and I'm one of the partners in the Itech project. And I would like to welcome you all here to this final Itech workshop this afternoon. You're all very, very welcome. We have a broad range of participants, ranging from industrial, research people, and also commissioners. And I think we ought to give a very special word of welcome to the members of the Commission for taking the time to come here out of their very busy schedules to meet with us. So we're very pleased that you've been able to do that. The Itech project was originally conceived to examine the gaps and the barriers that many of us are aware exists in the commercialization process in getting medical devices and e-health technologies into mainstream healthcare. And today we are reaching our final workshop information and we're presenting research to you in the hope that you will be able to provide us with some feedback and some criticism on the recommendations that we have made and are making, and that will enable us to validate our recommendations and submit our final report to the Commission. You've all been circulated with information, including an agenda. You'll see that the agenda is extremely busy, and we will try to follow the agenda as rigorously as possible. But in doing so, we'll only manage to do that if I mention 2 points specifically to you. One is that we will not take questions directly after the speakers present. We will leave that until later on in the afternoon when we have a discussion time. And secondly, on a challenge to us presenters, we will need to observe the time allocations that we've been given and stick closely to that. And can I just also say that it would be very helpful if you could turn your mobile phones now to silent so as not to disturb the presentations. We'll begin this afternoon by inviting Eva Kelly to open the presentation. Eva is a member of the European Parliament, a member of the Committee on Industrial Research and Energy. She's the first Vice Chair of the Science and Technology Options Assessment and a member of the Knowledge for Innovation group. And many of these groups have work that parallels the work that we would be doing in Itech. For example, for Knowledge for Innovation supports regulatory frameworks, fosters innovation, strengthens transparency, and focuses on quality of legislation, some of the aspects of which we have picked up in our Itech project. So without any further ado, I'm going to invite Eva if she would come and make her presentation for us, please.
Hello, thank you very much for this invitation, and so I'm supposed to do the opening remarks, so I don't want to take much of your time because you know, sometimes politicians, we can talk a lot about things and not say anything, and now we have this amazing project going on, best practices that we see taking already place and taking advantages of the EU strategy plan. So I do believe that Itech project is going to help towards that because it creates this strategy that will work in parallel with Horizon 2020. Sometimes, you know, we have professionals taking the funding, but then there is nothing left behind. So a strategy plan will help us achieve our goals. So as a politician, I have to tell you that what we care is, of course, economic growth and to reduce the spending on healthcare systems, so to be more effective. But at the same time, what we all want is not only to extend our lives, but to achieve healthy aging. So this new word now that becomes very familiar to you, of course, it's e-health and m-health, are words that we're trying to bring in the discussion in the Parliament. It's about information and communication technologies, the ICT, that involves instruments, the new instruments of how to improve our health. As you all know, chronic diseases seem to increase recently, and the epidemics. but we also managed to increase these technologies to understand where the epidemics take place. So, for example, an amazing professor of artificial intelligence that STOA brought in the parliament was telling me how they can now, with the wearables and with following through the health applications, some symptoms, they can understand if an epidemic is taking place somewhere, if it's increasing. So we can very, very fast face it before it extends. So as you saw with Ebola, some things do not have borders. So we have to be ready, we have to work together. And what I think it's very important is for us politicians to put a lot of pressure to the Commission also, but to the member states, to keep the budget going and not reduce it, because we gave a huge fight a year ago to keep the funding of Horizon 2020 on research especially not to be reduced, because we want the projects, but then if you don't have the research, you might have infrastructure that is no longer needed. As you all know, things that we are talking about here are already happening, because the market is always more fast than we are in our decisions. So we run behind the market to try to create legislation and ensure the citizens that their data, personal data, will be protected. So I want to welcome this amazing event and tell you that we keep following exactly what you do, and we're very happy that it's so effective, and we have managed to work together now almost in the same speed, and we try to help to with our less regulation but proper regulation, because we have also problems like that. I don't know if I need to give you some examples, but I think it would be interesting. So we have the directive of 2011 really helped to have a cross-border exchange of information. As you all know, we're really worried about protecting citizens' data, and not because something might happen, because if somebody wants to get better, it's okay, they share their information. But then imagine that maybe very, very soon some companies could take advantage of your data and not hire you because you have a high potential of being sick or having a heavy history of problems of your health. And nobody will understand why they're not getting hired, or why you cannot be insured, or why you cannot have a pension. So these are extremely important issues that we have to face. We have to know that it comes with the technology. We cannot stop innovation. We cannot stop the data, the big data analysis, and we have to use them in a proper way. But also we have to be able to protect citizens from the negative maybe use of the market towards that. So also there is a big force that is taking place by the Commission, a task force, which is extremely also helpful and very fast working. And I think you all know that there's already a call that is about to finish on April the 5th. It's about healthy aging. So we try to create a new industry, a European industry. So trying to create our own industry, not by copying best practices, but by creating our own. So we help and we fund the research, and we help people to come together in big consortiums that they can improve the quality of our lives. And so I think that we cannot even understand how far it can go and how fast, but this is why you're here. So thank you very much for inviting me too. I have to tell you that as STOA is the Science and Technology Committee of Itech committee, which is Industry, Technology and Research, we're really working on that. So we try to be there for you if you have problems with the legislation, and to also answer all the debates and maybe worries that the citizens have. So the economic perspective is also amazing for Europe. You saw the crisis, the oil crisis, it might affect everybody, so we have to find new ways to create growth. It's a potential value of 16 billion worldwide, but EU is 1/3 of it, so it's like 20 billion. So this means we really have to work on that, and we have to be smart about it and fast, and help people that can do the research, and our universities and our think tanks. So we are also trying in the Parliament to work like you do, because as you know, we don't have a committee for the future or a strategy that would combine all the sectors. But we're trying to do that. We're trying to form a network of politicians that we will be trying to have a concrete strategy on where we want to go, so that we will be able to support you even better. So thank you very much. I'm waiting to listen to the speakers and to see how far this project can go. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Well, it's a great honor for me to introduce now Mrs. Petra Wilson. She's Chief Executive Officer in the International Diabetes Federation. Petra Wilson joined this International Diabetes Federation as Chief Executive Officer in November 2013. This federation is an umbrella organization of over 2,200 national diabetes associations in over 160 countries. This federation has been leading the global diabetes community since 1950, manages the staff, strategic plan throughout 7 regions of the federation to represent the interests of a growing number of people with diabetes and those. Originally trained in law, Petra spent several years lecturer and senior research fellow at Nottingham University in UK, and is specialized in healthcare law. She was previously Deputy Director of the European Health Management Association and a membership organization committed to improving healthcare in Europe by raising standards in managerial performance in the health and care sectors. She worked for the European Commission in the e-health unit, and she worked specifically on the European e-health action plan, which commits all member states of the European Union to adopting roadmaps for the implementation of connected health solutions. And she advised the Commission on legal and ethical issues surrounding use of information technologies in healthcare. It's up to you.
I'll go stand up there. So thank you very much for inviting me today, and thank you very much to some ex-colleagues in the room, Roadman, Ilias Yacovidis. They have invited me back from my previous life when I worked with them in the European Commission. As you heard, I now lead the International Diabetes Federation. So what I'm going to do today is talk a little bit about the challenges and opportunities from the perspective of diabetes, a person with diabetes and a person providing care to somebody with diabetes, just to give a little bit of a context and a framework. And in doing that, I hope to pick up on some of the issues that your project has already highlighted in terms of gaps and where roadmaps are needed, because I think it's really important that, I think your work has identified all the important gaps, but sometimes it's very useful to think yourself back into the situation of a particular patient group or a particular care provider group in understanding how to address the best possible roadmap to overcome those gaps. So we've already heard a little bit about what IDF is. I'm not going to go into any more details. We represent people with diabetes all around the world. And in fact, just yesterday, I was at the WHO, where the new non-communicable diseases guidance is being issued, because nowadays most governments actually put diabetes in with a general non-communicable diseases strategy. Again, that's something very important for you to bear in mind as you develop solutions, that it's always a good idea to have in mind what political environment will it fall into. And if the government has adopted an NCD strategy, then you should be able to tweak the solution to address different NCDs. Why do I think it's important to talk about diabetes? Well, firstly, because I'm paid to do so. But secondly, it is one of the most threatening conditions globally. These are the data from our International Diabetes Atlas, last published in November 2015. So these are very new data. I'm not going to go into all these data in detail, but what I do want to say to you is that it is a significant problem. 415 million people, we estimate, have diabetes now. That will rise to 642 million by 2040 if we don't do anything. Let me take that a bit closer to home. What does it mean here in Europe? On a very practical basis, it means 1 in 11 adults at the moment in Europe have diabetes. That means statistically there are 3 or 4 people in this room who have diabetes. It is a really significant condition. What we also need to recognize is that it is, well, of course, morally, we should stop people getting diabetes and we should stop people dying from diabetes. But if you just look at that figure, 26% of the people who die of diabetes are under the age of 60, purely in terms of the sustainability of Europe. If we don't do something to make sure that we look after people better, that's 26% of our labour force we're taking out, 26% of our income tax generation. We have to be serious about this. Of those numbers I gave you, those are estimates, because there are, and this is again perhaps something for you to bear in mind, there are very few nationwide disease registries for diabetes in Europe. There are very few anywhere in the world, but in Europe there are even very few. So we have to estimate, and we believe that 1 in 2 people are undiagnosed. So this is the first point, I think, where the kind of technologies that you've been looking at come into play. How can we better diagnose people? How can we identify people who are at risk? How can we support them in identifying themselves? There are lots of different things that can be done. You know? Okay, better. But one of the real challenges is giving each individual citizen the information that they need so that they can spot themselves and they can avail themselves of diagnosis and then treatment, because the sooner you're treated, the less likely you are to have complications. And let me just give you 2 figures or 3 figures for complications. 50% of all lower limb amputations in Europe are due to diabetes, roughly speaking. 50% of all dialysis treatments that are in Europe are because of diabetes, and around 30% of all blindness is due to diabetes. So don't think of it as a benign condition of a touch of sugar. It has some really significant impacts. The next thing that's really important, I think, in terms of the technology that you're talking about is support. Even in most European countries where we have good healthcare systems, on average, a patient with reasonably well-managed diabetes will see a healthcare professional 5 to 10 hours in a year. That means 8,755 hours a year you're on your own with your diabetes. And that's probably the first sweet spot of where the technologies that you've been looking at come in. Because if we don't help people for those 8,755 hours, they will develop the complications, which will cost them their lives, and if you want to look at it the other way, take them out of the labour market. We have to empower patients, and the technology is there. You see here a bunch of devices such as an Apple Watch and various smart devices that will help people better understand their current situation. And the person bearing their tummy there has a glucose pump. We are able, with the technology, to support patients a great deal in the better management of their diabetes. But despite the fact that this exists, and despite the fact that insulin is just about to celebrate its 100th birthday. Insulin was discovered in 1921. Still, huge parts of the world don't have access to insulin. And in fact, most people in Europe don't have access to this because it's not reimbursed. So, how come that we have this kind of level of penetration of smartphones? We have that many health apps, and over 1,000 apps specifically for diabetes, and yet so few people use it. Why do we estimate that only about 1.2% of people with diabetes actually avail of these solutions? What is it that's missing? And this is, of course, what your project is about. We know what the problem is, we have the solutions, and yet the solutions aren't getting into the market. Why is that? And I want to leave you with two slides, one on the key challenges from the patient's perspective, and then from the healthcare provider's perspective. The biggest one, and I think these are identified in your gaps 10, 11, 12 most succinctly, are that most of the solutions are still not user-friendly. You can have a blood glucose monitor and a pedometer and a glucose pump. They're made by different people. They don't speak to each other. There's no interoperability across the devices. So you are asking a patient to have 4, 5, 6 devices and operate them separately. It's a bit like saying, in your living room, if you want to watch Netflix, you need this screen. If you want to watch sport, you need that screen. If you want to watch the news, you need that screen. Nobody would have 3 different television screens in their living room, but we expect patients to carry 3 different devices to monitor themselves. It's nonsense. The second one, they are not properly integrated into the healthcare system. Patients diligently collect data, and then doctors say, I'm sorry, I can't accept it. It's not acceptable in our EHR system, it's not ethically acceptable, it's not legally acceptable, I haven't got time to absorb all the data, and so it's wasted. And Eva just noted it, there are still some things around privacy as well. I have put this as the third point, and I have put it small, because I think this is overdone by, excuse me, the politicians. I don't think privacy is as big a barrier as people say it is, because my experience is that most patients, if you tell them how their data is going to be used and for what purposes, and if you can show that it's a benefit to either them directly or to their disease group, they will share their data. I don't think privacy is nearly as much of a barrier as the lack of integration into the healthcare system. From the healthcare professional's perspective, we have a big problem, and Ilias has spoken about this many times. The random controlled trial is still the gold standard. We still think that if something isn't safe to use if you haven't had a random controlled trial. You can't do a random controlled double-blinded trial with most e-health solutions, because you wouldn't get the data that you need. So we have to move on. We have to have different ways of assessing these technologies. From the payer's perspective, many payers still don't really embrace the benefits of these solutions because most of our healthcare systems are not healthcare systems, they're illness systems. We pay doctors for mending broken people. We don't pay doctors for keeping patients away in most systems. And I know that some of the Scandinavian countries have taken this on and do give more incentives for actually reducing the number of interventions. But we still, by and large, pay doctors for treating people, not for keeping them well. And then the regulations haven't kept a pace. The medical device regulations that exist in Europe are still not really up to speed and can't keep pace with the speed of the technology. So, for me, the key step is integration. And the key step for integration is speaking the same language. And I've used this cartoon, and for the English speakers in the audience, I'm sorry I've said something as rude as WTF, but this is the solution. This is the problem. We have, if that is the European Parliament, European Commission, and a healthcare provider, we are not speaking the same language. And unless we all start speaking the same language, we're going to stay in this situation of having brilliant ideas, brilliant solutions that just aren't changing the lives of people, whether that's people with diabetes or somebody else. Thank you.
Well, now it's a great pleasure again to introduce Ilias Iacovidis, who is acting head of a unit digital social platform of the European Commission. This unit supports research in ICT for aging by financing projects from the FP7 and CIP programs. It manages and financially supports the ambient assistant living program and coordinates the joint programming initiative on More Years, Better Lives. Thank you.
I can't talk without my body, so I'll be moving her. Must be something with the breathe. So I don't even need macro if it doesn't work. It's junk. I think I changed my speech just listening to Eva and to Petra. So and if you know your stuff, you can reconfigure on the spot. Huh? So if you're doing it, no, I can't. I have to have a handphone. Otherwise, I scream. But I cannot stick to one clip. That's okay. Don't worry. Okay. It's working. It's good. So what I was impressed that you covered with a short speech and very fast most of the major points. And you kind of covered the whole landscape of from e-health to integrated care to healthy aging and all the things we're working in.
I follow what you do, that's why.
Oh, yes, that's good. No, that shows that we're talking, Petra. Okay? Actually, Commission and Parliament is talking just fine. It's the Council, it's these national ministries that we have problem with. And what you said, the question, I will just try to answer your question about the apps, okay? What I've seen, it's a complex question. It deals with aging, literacy, socioeconomic things. But the simple thing is that I used app myself. And I saw that after a few months, you don't need to use it. So don't be upset that people use apps 3 to 6 months and they let it go, because they basically got the point. That app is trying to nudge them on thinking a different way. So somebody counts the calories. You can do it for 2 or 3 months. You don't need to do it then, because you know when you're eating, you already have memorized grosso modo what you're doing. You don't need those details. But it already changed your mind frame. So the apps is okay if you just use it a few months. It actually does the job. It's not that I'm measuring and these guys are off the app now. So you have to measure how many people actually use the app for a little bit, not continuously, okay? So there is a trick that I've seen, and we have studies that 6 months is actually enough. And 90% of people using apps actually drop off after a few months. And there is a reason for that. Also, usability, attention theft. Can you imagine if everything that we do is put on a mobile phone, you will never talk to people anymore. Because you will need so much input-output from that device about your life that the attention theft is tremendous. So we are putting on a call. So we have a call for proposals for you as a community. I call it virtual coach. I had it in my pocket for 5 years because I thought this is not mature yet to come out. So since 2010, I'm waiting when to put it on. So it's actually deadline 2017. I call it the virtual coach. The virtual coach is something that will help your daily life, health, social inclusion, social media, daily assisted living, something that can help you. You can program with your carer what it needs to remind you and help you with. But the only condition I put in, no attention theft. I don't want more minutes on the screen of a mobile. If you can do that, fine. Otherwise, don't bother applying. That means that we have to interact completely different ways. We have to interact with the sounds. We have to interact with the home appliances. We have to interact with light shades. There must be many different ways where you can be reminded without beep, login, password, what is my mobile trying to tell me. So usability is a huge problem where technology has not done its job. So many times we'll say it's not about technology. You'll hear it and you'll hear me, and I've said it many times. It's not about technology, but technology has not yet arrived that is really human-friendly. We still need to understand technology instead of technology understanding us. We are not yet there, okay? And that's true for doctors. They feel it on a daily life. When you go to a hospital and you see what doctor is going through, because their manager says, now you have to see 1,200 patients per year, and you have to do this, and you have to do that. They're saying just the only thing they have not done yet is to take the garbage. I was talking to Regis before. They are so pressed that the 3 priorities they have in their life is speed, speed, and speed. Can you do it fast? Instead of making me go and log in and look at this information and 400 pages of this chronic disease patient, the history, no time, no time, no time. We are not yet there with technology to give him, just in time, just the right information. We are not yet there. As much as the company is trying to paint themselves that they are smart, we are not yet there. So technology is not yet there. So it's also an issue of technology. But having said that, let's come back to your roadmap. So why I changed? Because I reread your roadmap. And I read the roadmap saying, OK, we have identified this and these problems, starting with taxonomy. Taxonomy, OK. Why would you bother with taxonomy, being from that field? And I know Nilo is working on it for 35 years, maybe. And I went back to WHO and I said, OK, what is the WHO definition of health? Because your title of your project and everything you want to do is called health technologies. It's broad like hell. I mean, it's huge. From vaccines, technology was there 100 years ago. They were talking about health technology, like drugs. So it's huge. And now I understand what you want to say, because now in health technologies, everybody has its own slice of what they live in as health technology. I don't understand. So what I would like to do is I would like to make your problem even bigger. I'll tell you what I'm doing in home environment. Behavioral biomarkers are, for me, health technologies. Okay, so whatever I do using mobile devices, wearables, smart things embedded in the wall, about mobility, independent living, and healthy aging is actually falling into the definition that you would call health technologies as well. So I want to broaden your horizons, because my principle I want to introduce to you, which is completely contrary to my PhD in mathematics, is when you cannot solve a problem, you can make it a bigger one. Which is completely, I was trained completely the opposite way. You cannot solve a problem that is true for all these people or all these equations. Take a subset and maybe it's true for them. So I was in solve the problem of interoperability, e-health being noticed by health politicians. So let's make it bigger. Let's make the problem bigger. I made it active, healthy aging, demographic change, and healthcare sustainability. If that will not do it, I'll make it energy and aging and immigration. If that will not do it, I'll make it, do you understand? Security and terrorism and everything. You put everything as being part of that problem until politicians notice, because e-health, health technology, sustainability of health is not a Ministries of Health job. It's not only them. They cannot deal with that. Ministries of Health, ministers of health are the weak link of the government. Just look at any TV show about your ministerial table, and Eva must know that very well. Any table of ministers, where do you see Minister of Health sitting? You don't see him on the right hand of a prime minister. You don't see him on the left hand. They are in the corners of the oval tables. They are the beggars of the situation. They don't produce money for government. They are the black holes that everybody says, okay, when I have something left, I'll give it to you too. So they are the weak link. Instead of being 10% of the workforce, 10% as national or 50% as a regional money, they are the ministers of developers and they don't know it. They are the ministries of industries and they don't know it, because that mental change has not come. So ministries of health, including health technologies, are really development and industry ministries. But they are not in that frame of mind, because they're running around plugging holes of the past. What we owe and what we need to do and what should I do not to make a mistake, because this person went to hospital and was waiting in a waiting list and something happened to him. So they run around to minimize the damage instead of thinking as ministers of development. So having said that, health technologies is a traditionally strong industry, and Itech knows it. Pharma, we are losing the traditional lead. Medical device, so 200 billion. Medical devices, 70, 80 billion or more lately, since I have not seen the figure lately. Traditionally strong industry in Europe. E-health, new kid on the block, still kind of weak, immature, still doesn't know that he should put the doctor speak about e-health. So we organize e-health conferences, having engineers always talking how good e-health is, and if all doctors change their way of working on Thursday, they will understand how good e-health is, because they are immature. They have not learned it from medical device and pharma that it should be doctors talking about e-health, not engineers. Okay, so e-health is still, relatively speaking, young kid on the block of technologies. So what we do with these industries is to make sure, and I'm coming to the main point of your roadmap, we are good in research. We are bad in innovation. So your roadmap is about research and innovation. So if everything else I said you forget, I want to tell you one thing. In research, member states and Commission, after 35, 40 years trying, we are there. We know how to do it. But we got addiction to grants. We got addicted to research world. We know what excellence means. We know what patents and publications in high impact means. Research world is well organized. We know what excellence means, and we have created ERC. We have created individual grants. We are doing research-wise best on a global scene, so Europeans are known for its research. So we are very good in research. Now you move to innovation. You don't know what excellence of disruptive innovation means. Who is excellent in disruptive innovation? Somebody. We are doing patchwork and being pushed by Parliament. So in program, you have to do SME measure. You have to put 7% on SMEs. You have to do fast track to research is a box where you put public money and you get ideas. Innovation is you take those, and we are really bad at that. Okay, we will never be US, so we talked about it with Kai. We will never be US as a single market. We cannot just say, okay, we cannot compete on equal grounds with US. But this process of getting ideas into a process to make some kind of social return, including economic, we are bad at. So there are latest discussion with our Commissioner Moedas is about European Council of Innovation, European Innovation Council. And with Parliament, we'll try to see, can we create some kind of a more holistic view of how to do something in the space of innovation rather than patchwork of little programs here and there. Okay, they are completely random walk in a way. Completely by chance, we get the people. There is no link between the best people in research to be given grants for innovation. No, it's completely irrelevant in a way. It's kind of random. So that is something that you should pick up in your roadmap. If you had to choose, don't bother too much on research. The world is organized and they will live without you. Because there's so many advisory groups that we deal with giving us ideas about research that your project will make just little contribution. But where you have the strength to deal and dig a little deeper is in the innovation space. What could we do to help commercialization, to avoid this recurrent problem if somebody is really good in application? Or we have, for example, I have an idea of robotics. So I have a Portuguese company that created a home robot. For them to be successful, they had to go to US. They grow in US, and then they come back to Europe. And this is a recurring problem. Any field you take, for anybody to grow, they become good. They get some kind of a grant from Commission. They develop their kind of local environment. They have a business, small business. They jump to US to grow, and then they come with that extra money they have and establish offices in different member states like they are in different planets. So Paris office, Germany office, nothing to do with each other because these environments are completely different. So we are far from any single market. That brings me to the single market, digital single market. So what we're trying is connect to create digital single market where trust is established, some kind of online commerce is uniformly done. Your presence, online presence, and your applications can distribute and flow freely. So that's where Itech committee comes and helps a lot. I'm fine, okay, coming to this. So digital single market is one thing. Now, you cannot solve a problem, make it a bigger one. I have moved from e-health to, I reached that age limit, so they moved me to active healthy aging. So I am now trying to deal with one of the societal challenges. We have a societal challenge called demographic shift. We are aging as a society. It has very predictable sequences. But this change is slow. We as humans have a kind of a remainings from our evolution of a reptile brain. Reptile brain doesn't see slow motion. Reptile brain does not notice anything that is still or moving very slowly. So aging is something that moves slowly. So it's not seen by politicians, by technologies, by many. What we see is very fast-moving things like we see that on news, we notice. But if you think about the numbers, thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, compared to what will hit us. You know, it's kind of a minor thing, but it's. We see terrorism. I mean, we have people killed on the streets by cars and by stupidities, by tens of thousands. It's happening, but terrorism, we notice because it's completely new and it's fast-moving for us and scary. We have security and cybersecurity attacks. It's fast, it's moving. And we pay attention to that and we do crisis management. So Commission now, you can imagine all these summits in Brussels are about the fast-moving things. But this we can wait for tomorrow. We can wait for tomorrow. So it's and very important. But it's the most predictable societal challenge. It's the only societal challenge when you know exactly what will happen. Even on climate, you don't exactly know what will happen. Environment, energy, security, you predict what you think will happen as a crisis. And you kind of stimulate, you know, we have the best and worst case scenario. In aging, we know, and we still don't know, because if you look at the scary figures, and I don't want to scare you, visualize it maybe differently than you've seen. When we grow, we start paying taxes, we pay more contribution to public purse. And this is how we use public purse. We use public purse when we are young, education. In Europe, we have less kids. So the whole demographic, people working for every one in pension. We are 4-1 now. off-season tourism, senior tourism, skills, whatever there, smart. We can, as Europe, make a difference from economic point of view, and it's all in the sphere of well-being and healthy aging. So silver economy, it's just a nice wrap against very established sectors where IT can disrupt and make them better. Robotics. And so all these things on the slides will be available. You can go to and check the things. And the rest is H2020, and I leave the word to Kai. He will talk about what we do together, DGRTD, DigiConnect, in H2020. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I'm pleased to welcome now Mr. Torbjørn Ingemannsson. He's the Principal Scientific Officer in the European Commission. He's representing today Dr. Draga Akli, who could not be present with us today, but who recognized that, and I quote him, the suggested program is of great interest to the Health Directorate, and we follow and support innovation in the area of technologies, as it is a stronghold for both European research and European industry, and it is important for improvements in healthcare for European citizens. Mr. Ingemannsson is actually the project officer for IT project.
Yes, I will try to stay over here if I manage not to walk away from the microphone. Good afternoon. My name is Ingemannsson. I am actually, as you said, the project officer for this project. So it actually is funded from what we call in daily speech the health program, right, in Horizon 2020. Are there any scientists in the room? Oh, good, good. I feel a bit relieved, right? I'm not a politician, right? And my colleague here, Ilya, spoke a lot about politics, and this is very well, because in research we are a research family. Lots of DGs, Santé, Connect, Grow, which are actually working together in putting up the priorities in what we're going to fund in Horizon 2020. So it's a research family, we usually say, and discussions there, they can be widespread, as you can imagine. This project is a kind of a support action, so it's from our horizontal part of the program, and we have, of course, more vertical parts too. So I guess the speakers here, at least this first hour, has covered everything from politics down to where I'm more the boring part, I think. I will maybe not make things bigger. I am making things smaller, hopefully understandable, but actually quite complex. And when I went through it, I was actually quite proud of what we are doing. Maybe I can try to paint the picture to you, but it's a bit complex, but it's multifaceted. We talked about this, the coordinator and me, a bit before, and it is complex, but the world today out there is complex, that's for sure. So let me try to paint the picture of what is the possibilities actually to get funded to work on health technology, because I've been spending 20 years now in the medtech area. And so I think I know the area a bit on the research side. I would not say that I know the area on the political side, but at least I know the researchers behind all these ideas and what they are trying to do with it. Of course, it's like Ilya said, that yes, we have a research budget, of course, that can always be bigger, right? There are figures on this. We are spending now 80 billion, right? Out of those 80 billion, we are spending 7, let's say 7 in health. So it's part of it, of course. We could spend more money, right? For sure, we would love to spend more money, right? I don't calculate how many percentage in Europe we are spending compared to other international players in the field, but it's not so much in Europe, right? We have a goal, but we are not there. Anyhow, so we are trying to put money on research because research is the core. I'm a strong believer on this. I was that when I started my education, and I'm still a strong believer in that research is the core. It's the core of the business. We have to put money on research. And we are doing it in the European context with a lot of cultures and countries together. And this is what we are doing in now more than 30 years of framework programs. Now we are in Horizon 2020 for another 7 years, right? So the basis of all this is excellent research. This is what we have to put all our efforts on. And this is where all single projects that we evaluate is based on excellent science. And we are good in Europe, that's for sure. It needs to have an impact. Nowadays, all the projects need to have impact. And of course, that is difficult sometimes to evaluate, right? Impact can be lots of different things. And it's like Ilias said, in a way, I mean, you can have different kind of impacts. We are trying to put a few here, and you see that even health technology assessment is in there, of course, right? One thing that I heard now from the speakers again, and I'm very happy that actually the recent focus, the recent strategy that we have in health is actually on personalized medicine. And personalized medicine, we talked about diagnostics, we talked about individual markers, we talked about apps, we talked about everybody has a phone now, even in Africa, right? So it's very easy to go into that kind of thing. And that is when we talk about personalized medicine. The cost that Ilias brought up, that is of course inflating when it comes to health costs, is something that we hope that our researchers can do something about. The last conference we had now in January in Las Vegas, presenting a lot of different kind of medical devices. Very simple things sometimes, but we have to start somewhere. And the consumer is not used to this. The doctors are used to treating sick people. We have to go to the next phase, and that is the prevention. And it's not a new theme. The scientists know this is an old theme, but we need to have the politicians with us on this theme. And that's why we are trying to focus on this. We are trying this for years with this. And this 2-year program we had now is putting even more money on personalized medicine to try to educate and do more research on a personal level. This is the solution to the future. And again, I'm repeating myself, it is research which is the driving force behind this. We can't do this without research. So it can be enormously complicated. This is what we are doing for these 7 billion. It's just a little part of it, but it's complex. We are doing all this and more, right? I will have a few slides of some of this, but to try to apply for funding in this mixture is not easy, right? But as I said, the world is complex today. We have a director who knows on her 5 fingers what's going on in the world. And I think this is enormously needed when we are doing excellent science like we do in Europe today. So this slide, actually Ilias had on his slide, this is exactly how the research family of DGs are working. Together with the member states, together with the advisory groups, of course, we are putting the strategy on what we are going to spend the billions that we get from the politicians on the research budget. And this is the billion out of the 7. We are in a 7-year program that we are going to spend on the coming 2 years. So if you are in there, you want to be funded according to the standards that I just mentioned to you, excellent science, and you need to have some impact, then it's in these areas. And Ilias just spoke about health ICT and also promoting healthy aging, where we are actually both more or less placed into these active healthy aging units maybe, right? So human biomonitoring is also something new. We are still having endocrine disruptors. We have a lot of chemicals that actually are affecting us, and the politicians are very well aware of this. And we are trying to put in force more member state coordination with this. So it's one of many things that we are trying to do. Again, personalized medicine, one of those things is not new. You see, we are spending billions already on this in collaborative research, in different kind of joint corporations with member states, always trying to have member states with us when we are moving, right? This is what I talked about when it comes to human biomonitoring. also, again, together with the member states, there are a lot of power out in the member states. They are doing a lot of different things. Elias was already talking about this, that the member states, they are already doing things. We have to somehow group it together and use it. And this is sometimes not so easy in Europe. It is definitely much easier on the other side of the pool. They have a much easier system. We don't have that. We just cannot adapt and copy what they are doing. We have to develop European ideas. We have to do it our way. So a few pictures in the end on what we actually are doing. If you are interested, in the end I will have a slide where there is links where you can read kilometers of text on the individual topics that we actually are funding. So it's out there with the budget, when it's open, when it's closing, everything is on the net, right? But I will just not stay here and talking about it. But of course, infectious diseases is something that we are putting a lot of emphasis on, right? And we have a new virus developing, by the way, in Latin America. I even heard today there was a Danish citizen infected by this. This is a kind of an impact that we have to deal with, and the industry is dealing with this, right? We have a lot of different kind of partnerships in there, also with the pharmaceutical industry, and of course also when it comes to clinical trials in Africa, because we have to have these trials, right? And we have some recent trials, mishaps, that we of course don't want to read about in the news, right? So, maternal and child health, we even have discussings with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So, I mean, research is international. This is why I once went into research. It's international. I like this idea of do things on an international scale, and we are having a lot of collaboration also on international level. And I think this is enormously important. This page, again, there are details of this. We didn't go into details of it because it gets very, very boring. I cannot leave you without, of course, mentioning SMEs. I know my medtech area, it's full of SMEs. Our topics are oversubscribed. We don't have money enough to support them. That's for sure. Last topic, we had over 300 proposals. We funded 6. We have not more money. We need more money. And this is the way we're trying to support them. We have a specific agency today who is supporting SMEs to try to do it in a more efficient way. We're doing it along the lines that like all the other research foundations are doing in different phases or different steps, depends on which one you're talking to. Wellcome Trust, they all do it in similar ways. We have a good cooperation, again, with all the other international corporations, of course. And here you can see that the SME instrument has, for the moment, the coming 2 years, will have a specific one for DG Connect, actually, which is a bit more ICT-oriented, one for us, where we're trying to support SMEs also in this area, right? I cannot, of course, mention AMI, that is a public-private partnership with the pharmaceutical industry, so they are very much linked to us. We are having a paying in, and they are paying in the same amount. So the pharmaceutical industry is, of course, enormously closely related to us. And this is the same when it comes to the CTP, when it comes to these trials that I mentioned before. We need them very, very close to us. And, of course, as I said, internationally, we are there. Europe is a big player on research, and we will continue to be so. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm very pleased to welcome.
Can I just take an opportunity now that we had 2 commission people to give visibility to Olivier? He's there in the back. Can you stand up? Olivier Ledoux. Yeah, that's you. Olivier was in the beginning of the biomedical engineering. I think your community that is stemming in biomedical engineering, he was one of those pioneers in the commission working, and at some point we tried to wrap it up. 5, 10, I don't remember how many years ago, we wrote basically a paper showing how much commission invested in biomedical engineering and how it's declining. So we have noticed this decline. I see that you are kind of putting it back in our face. Where is the money for biomedical engineering and health technologies? The message is, you have to get out of your comfort zone. Call health technologies things that were not traditionally called health technologies. So if the question is, where is the money that we used to get, you have to go outside of your normal traditional biomedical engineering department taxonomy, including, as I said, smart homes, telehealth, and things that are maybe called e-health, maybe called independent living, maybe called welfare or well-being technologies, okay? So there are other opportunities where you can bring to healthcare and healthy aging. So Internet of Things. I mean, microbiome. You'll see in my slides, I have some examples of what we do in smart microbiome nano convergence, okay? So there are many other opportunities. We have defragmented the world from your taxonomy view, okay, into different pieces. So it's a message that there is another commission person, Olivier, and we watch the world of health technologies, and the message is you have to go and search with different keywords than you used to find funding for the areas you work in. So sorry for the interruption.
You're welcome. Well, very pleased, of course, to introduce Jesper Skar, who is MD, PhD, and professor in biostatistics and medical informatics in Lille. He's a cardiologist and nuclear medicine physician too. In the University of Lille, he's currently responsible of Department of Biostatistics and director of the CERIM, the research unit he created in 1984. In the Hospital of Lille, he is the head of the Public Health Department and the medical responsible for the CIC-IT in CERM, and actually the coordinator of the National INSERM CIC-IT network. And as I am a member of this family, I can acknowledge the excellent work that Regis has done with this network in France, and that conducted him to lead this IT project.
Thank you, Marlène. So it's a pleasure for me to welcome you in Brussels for the last and concluding meeting of the Itech project. We are here to discuss the recommendations we have prepared before presenting them to the Commission in the final report. Excuse me. The area of healthcare technology is very large, including medical devices and e-health, and we will focus on these two domains. The domains of health technologies is characterized by its diversity and complexity. The total market in Europe is estimated to 100 billion euros, and the industrial domain is characterized by a high number of SMEs, but they are very active and innovative and employing more than 500,000 people. The e-health domain is very creative, and the market growth is very active through internet applications, app for smartphone, connected devices, hospital applications. But it is a domain that is lacking of structuration, and the frontiers between e-health and medical devices is currently blurred. There are medical devices including e-health applications and the contrary. And this is complex even for searchers and more for developers, innovators, and industries. So, in some words, I will recall the objectives of the Itech project, designed to identify solutions to improve the idea-to-market pathway. The project was organized in 2 phases. During phase 1, we map existing national and European funding bodies and programs for research and innovation on medical devices and e-health, and try to identify existing gaps and barriers during the idea-to-market process. In phase 2, we try to propose a roadmap and a strategic plan to overcome these gaps and barriers. The first work was to gather information on 21 countries in Europe, plus Canada and plus Australia. We obtained detailed funding information from 266 European funding opportunities, 14 in Australia and 15 in Canada for comparative work. What was interesting is exactly in agreement with what Elias said. In the first 3 phases, conducting from the idea to the CE marking, there were funding opportunities from public or private money, covering basic research, applied research, translational research, technology transfer. But after that, the money is lacking, and the work is done by the companies themselves. More noticeable is that at the end of the process, the clinical trials, and particularly the comparative clinical trials on medical devices and e-health, suffer for no funding or no sufficient funding. The problem is that the companies are SMEs and very SMEs for 90%, and they cannot afford the money for these comparative clinical trials that are mandatory for reimbursement or access to market. That is a huge problem. So we identified 12 gaps and barriers. You have the list on this slide, but you have also the list in the documents, so you will type to look at them. And from these barriers and from these gaps, we tried to identify what to do. We identified 61 issues, but we could summarize these issues in 7 major actions. 4 of them, health technology assessment, post-market surveillance, regulatory process, are already covered more or less by the European Commission or by the member states. We focus on 4 other problems that are slowing the idea to market process. The first problem is that it's nomenclatures. Nomenclatures are absolutely necessary for researchers and for industry. We think that it is very important that the GMDN, for example, for medical devices, will develop to cover the entire dimension of the medical device. And we urge to develop an e-health taxonomy that becomes absolutely indispensable for this domain. The second proposition is that education and training are absolutely necessary. The third point is that clinical trials, and particularly clinical trials, must be developed and supported. And we urge also for developing research on what we call the adoption space that will be developed in the next presentations. So 4 recommendations: support the usage of existing nomenclatures, develop a e-health taxonomy, develop education and training in the field of health technologies, support clinical trials for medical device and e-health, and develop adoption space. So we will have discussion after the 4 presentations to take into account your remarks, comments, and discussions. Particularly, we are aware that the reactions and comments of the industrials will be absolutely important. You can also propose future actions to be proposed during the discussion, and we will have to write the final report in February for recommendations and strategy to the Commission. Thank you for your attention.
Now I welcome Professor Nilo Saranumi, who is a professor researcher in health technologies in VTT in Finland. His research interests include personal and electronic health record systems, innovation, technology transfer, and technology policy setting in health technologies.
Thank you. I'm going to speak about our first recommendation. First, Ilias is still there, yeah. I was looking here, but he's there. And on this, I think one of the things in this e-health taxonomy is as you had this definition of health technology as WHO defines it. E-health involves devices. I mean, that's for sure. But it also involves procedures, processes, different kinds of regulations, incentives, etc. So the reason why we are interested in e-health is not just to provide a taxonomy for the devices, but to provide to sort of define what is actually e-health. Today, the way that we are talking about it is like engineers, whereas in fact this is a technology or a device or a combination of devices which are used in the context of clinical procedures. So that's a sort of a defining a little bit about what we would like to do. So the vision is that there would be a taxonomy, not just for medical devices, but also for e-health. And there are some examples of e-health of some of the keywords, or so to speak, clinical medical records or electronic medical record systems, etc. There are lots of names being used here with rather vague understanding of what they actually mean, and especially what they mean in a context. So we don't actually need a taxonomy for that. In the medical devices area, this is much more easier because that part has some history behind it, and there is what already has been mentioned, the GMDN process, and now we are going to be forced or mandated to make use of the UDI concept in the future. The one example of where this world of e-health can lead us is from my own work that I'm connected with still a little bit in Finland. We have a couple of large projects that try to combine all the data that you can collect, the behavior biomarkers, for instance, the footprint, so-called personal digital footprint data that you can get from outside, not from your own devices, from devices that you wear, quantified self-data, from other kinds of storage systems. We have a cooperative called Taltion in Finland, which runs a personal health record service. We have a national electronic medical record service called Kanta, and then we have a personal genomic initiative on biomarkers. And combining all of that in a private and secure way into a personalized health data storage could lead us to similar kind of ideas that are in the, let's say, the precision medicine initiative of the NIH, which tries to collect a large biobanking, or not just of biospecimens, but also of data that can then be used for both for clinical research and also for treating and diagnosing patients and keeping people healthy, not so much preventing, but maybe keeping us healthy. So this e-health taxonomy, it actually, as already was in the previous slides, has a lot of keywords that are now what we have now. We have a number of dimensions. One of the dimension is the technical, the devices that are used in combination of a certain e-health application. We have the medical side, the clinicians who need to be involved in its development and use. We have the other health professionals, patients, procurers, and the population at large, all of whom are to some ways connected to this. And so a taxonomy that then can be developed by what use would it have. Here is a list of those things that we have come up with in this road mapping exercise to allow the classification of projects, which is sort of towards the research and development phase, what was mentioned, to identify research teams, etc., to identify industrial companies, to identify experts, to communicate and to promote. All of those, of course, are important. And unfortunately, the problem that we are facing in Itech is that we have a limited lifetime. We still have 1 month to go, And the kind of strategy plan that we can propose is sort of, we can propose it and hopefully someone will then carry it onwards. So in our case, for this taxonomy, we would like the Commission to take the initiative and organize a workshop that with international experts from different disciplines, not just R&D but the different dimensions that I mentioned or we were mentioning in the slide before, so that we actually can talk about e-health as not just an application, but in the context that it is being used. So that we actually can talk about what it is really about. And that ties us back to our last recommendation, the adoption space, which also comes from the thinking that this is not just technology or devices that we are concerned, but we are concerned of how to develop devices that actually benefit the users in a user context. So getting up the first workshop and then from there onwards then trying to organize this into a theme that then can be somehow supported, for instance, through a special call in the Horizon 2020. And here is the same thing, to propose a CSA action within the H 2020 in cooperation with a number of societies. This is not an exhaustive list, but tries to recognize some of the key actors that need to be involved in this. And provided that this could be done, these are the expected impacts. A common language, which was already referred to a bit earlier, that we actually know what we are talking about, that some of us are talking about interoperability, whereas the question may be that is it technical interoperability? What are we concerned with? And so on. We need a common language, we need the common keywords, we need to agree, we need to be able to sort of communicate on the same level. And that hopefully would then improve the quality of the projects that are done in this area, both with H 2020 funding and also by national funds. And now we know where the money is going and will be able to measure a little bit better whether the money is making any difference or leading to actual innovations in the marketplace. So, thank you.
The next presentation will be given by Professor Nikos Maglaveras. He's director of the Laboratory of Medical Informatics in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. His current research interests include nonlinear biological systems stimulation, cardiac electrophysiology, biomedical informatics (e-health), biosignal analysis, medical imaging, and neuroengineering.
Too many. The same city, so here we are, Thessaloniki. I mean, so we realize what power there is in, especially in our city. But indeed, as it concerns e-health, as it concerns medical informatics, this laboratory is there for 26 years, and it is really the reference point, I would say, at this moment, at least in Greece, in this area. So it is something that we have been dealing for a long time in many areas and in many facets, in many ways. So I'm an engineer in doctors, okay, within doctors. So I have to deal with, let's say, doctors. Yes. It is difficult because it is a different planet, indeed. So it took us about 15 years to convince them that, you know, don't throw away, don't kill the process on the medical informatics and on the technology. And after 15 years, at least our school started listening. So that's how much it took us. I don't know what's happening to other countries. So what we discussed until now seems like it has an effect I mean, we have a very wide range of stakeholders, of users, of scientists. So we have virtually everybody And the big problem is that all these people have to understand what we are talking about, okay? So one can understand the other. And this is really a tough thing, okay? There was a question before how many scientists there are here and how many doctors. So indeed, it is really an issue. So we know that healthcare is evolving very fast. Medicine is moving from observational studies to molecular medicine era to precision medicine, as we heard before. And basically, the whole thing is looking towards the personalized and the translational medicine. And it is important to say that indeed we have to figure out ways other than not only the randomized controlled trials to actually try to understand, okay, to assess the results of technology or other interventions into the clinical environment. So all these have some scientific and technological enablers, okay, such as imaging technologies, medical devices. We can talk about molecular biology technologies to say today, like for example, next generation sequencing, which is still very much nanomedicine, e-health, of course, connected health and behavioral informatics. This is something we talk a lot. Professor Saranoumi alluded to that, okay, and it is really a big problem. In silico modeling of the human organs and systems, the VPH, that is quite a big area of interest in the EU, and it can be very much used also for the educational purposes and trying to get really as much as possible people aware and understanding the functions of the organism, okay, in many levels. So the vision is that translational medicine calls for a high level of multidisciplinarity, and that is one of the issues. So we want an educational and training pool of tools in order to provide to all users and stakeholders that are involved in the translational medicine and the evolution of an idea to a marketable product in e-health and medical devices, enabling translational medicine services on the one hand, and practices such as clinical trials, interventions, and decision support systems. And in my view also, it seems important for the idea to the market process, because we discussed about it, to be successful, that there is enough educational material for scientists, industry, and product developers to learn what the TRL model is. Elias talked about the researchers who are coming up with ideas. So this is TRL 1, 2, 3. Then we went to, let's say, the innovation space and so on. So imagine people who are trying to come up with a product, who have finished their PhD and they think like researchers, and they cannot realize at what TRL stage they are, if, let's say, they want to come up with a product. So if, let's say, somebody doesn't know where somebody is and what the needs are, probabilities are that things will not go well. So this is one issue that I think, since the Commission has adopted so much the TRL, it could be a very big issue for everybody really involved in this, let's say, idea to the, let's say, market place to really deal with. And of course, provide educational material for all stakeholders involved in the health industry. Now, there are too many gaps in a number of areas of, let's say, e-health and medical devices. Okay, they are not covered, I would say, in our educational system as they should in most cases. And I think that so we have to really see, on the one hand, the universities and the professionals, and on the other hand, though, we need to see the citizens and the actual users of the technologies, okay? So they both need to be educated, but of course at different scales, okay? The explosion now in scales that we have refers to data sources. First of all, we have really an explosion in data, hospital information systems, biomolecular data, telehealth, tele in general, ambient assisted living, mobile health, connected health, all any new innovations. And there are a number of issues to address in the educational area, like data management and analytics, the semantics that are related to the knowledge extraction a lot, social, let's say, networking, heterogeneous sources of data, and interregional and cross-country variability of health services ecosystems. So that is the other big gap that I heard from Mrs. Hailey, and it is really a very difficult and politically difficult issue to really deal with. And I think that the other big issue is the lack of self-management and citizen empowerment guidelines. And why do we need all these things in the education and training as it concerns e-health and medical devices? So that we can enable these multi-centric educational activities and to advance as much as possible the education, conduct clinical trials, including big data analytics, association studies, and medical hypothesis testing. So this is really what, let's say, we need to come up with in order to be able to convince ourselves and perhaps convince also the people who are actually taking the decisions, okay, on what policies should be followed in the health domain. And this approach needs to encompass competencies in a number of areas, okay? It's a non-list, but let's say these are the most important ones that let's say come at least in the, let's say, beginning: medicine, biology, informatics, smart systems, data management and analytics, psychology, human factors, pharmacology, behavioral, socioeconomic sciences, and let's say public health. In this way, we aim for what we call connected health, okay, next generation systems medicine, systems biology, human factors, patient coaching and testing. This would, I think, catalyze the adjustments needed at the current curricular levels in the universities, as well as in the market levels. For example, I would say connected health, we started Marie Curie produced a PhD in connected health. Because here you need to combine e-health with, let's say, social and economics and other issues. So you need secondments. Okay, so it's not anymore in these cases, in this multidisciplinary era we are living in. Education is not the same anymore in terms of, let's say, really trying to figure out what is the best way to educate everybody, okay, in this, let's say, e-health or health, let's say, pyramid we have, okay? And how, okay, development, of course, of new courses is important. Competencies, skills, in other words. So new skills, this is the key word, like e-health engineering, clinical trial design and evaluation, human factors, now behavioral informatics, e-health scientists. These are not there at this moment in most of our universities, and also, if you want, in the let's say professionals that we are certifying. Okay, use EU tools such as Marie Curie or cost actions. Okay, as well as good practices in EU, US, Asia, Australia. The courses should offer accreditation competencies and map the specific knowledge to the different educational levels, so that on the one hand we can bridge the gap between the professionals getting out of the university and the industry. I'm alluding to this 10 by 10 US initiative for example, in the biomedical informatics, 10 years, okay, and they want to cover from nurses to doctors to patients, and it is still going on, and it is a very, very successful one at this moment, as far as I know. Okay, so this is something that in the US they have, let's say, done it. They are, I think, more than, let's say, half, let's say, way there. Adopt an evidence-based approach, okay, competencies and field, and progress from mature knowledge to more innovative knowledge. This is exactly, in fact, what we discussed before. So, in essence, without knowing, really, we are ending up with really the same sentence. And the actions, of course, continuous education on the one hand, that are basically targeting a lot medical devices and e-health. Set up a working group, perhaps with a representative from responsible act, MWOC, which could also give accreditation to professional competence. The European Commission, as well as the national organizations, could, for, let's say, example, offer an EU curriculum or clinical trials and quality/safety, okay, enablers. So how do we enable the quality of the let's say, trials? They do not need to be randomized, but what, let's say, is their form, okay? How, let's say, we will have e-health related trials that would give us a real serious result to really use it in the end. It is the same problem I have myself and everybody here with all these European projects. Taking into account recommendations from the professional societies in biomedical engineering, like IAMBES, in the medical informatics, like EMEA, like EFMI, and from the EU curriculum that we could, let's say, build. Using input from large-scale NOEs and analogous networks as much as possible, like the VPH, for, let's say, example, that, let's say, kicked off and started something and has some sort of an outcome or anything analogous. Create a hub with a pool of, let's say, courses, and use platforms for wide educational possibilities, such as the Google Scholar, the Google Scholar, and the Coursera, for let's say, example, okay, in collaboration with the hub. So in this case, anybody can take a course, okay, to, let's say, close some gaps, okay, or to be able to speak the same language, okay, with a person, I mean, a patient and a doctor, okay? They should understand at least a minimal of things, both of them. And finally, the expected impacts, common training in all aspects of the idea to the market process to support the communication, collaboration between researchers, developers, industrials, and stakeholders, so that we can bridge this gap from universities to industry, this issue. Increase the likelihood of multidisciplinary systems with high added value in the innovation axis. Increase patient and citizen empowerment. I think this is very, very important, and it is something we have to definitely do, and education can do it, I think. Can really help a lot, okay? Understanding the meaning of the TRLs from the industry and product developers. Contribute to the economic growth by increasing the awareness of the public of the benefits existing in the e-health and medical devices and their daily life related to nutrition and medication. And I think that this effort is expected to be, of course, a continuous process and new ideas, and it is very much related to the development of the EU health data space, the big data, and all what let's say comes with it in the years to come. So, thank you for your attention.
Our next speaker is Dr. Lionel Pazard, who is too a member of the CICIT French network. He's a MD PhD and works as a CICIT coordinator in Besançon in France. He has previously worked in industry, abroad in tropical medicine, and has been a member of a French National Health Agency responsible for methods of health technology assessment, and he's been a general practitioner in ambulatory care too. He intends to push a startup in diagnostic and therapy devices, actually.
Okay, thank you, Maren. So I would like to present not only clinical trials, but also clinical study, more general terms, because in fact in the regulation from the European on clinical trials for medical product and for drugs, 2 years ago, they preferred to enlarge the definition, not only for the clinical trials, because we think about drugs, about randomized clinical trials, about interventional trials, but also for observational studies and for the studies with the human, but before before the product, because of course you have to have some proof of concept in order to have some specification of the product, and this is very important in order to understand why the impact of such an approach is to increase first the number of clinical studies, and second the quality of clinical studies in order to afford new medical devices and health product for this. So first of all, our vision is because we have the diversity of new technology, of course technologies and innovation is in advance against the regulation, and so we have to anticipate how to evaluate, how to perform design clinical study for different things like robots, nanotechnologies, 3D compounds, connected objects, and so on. The development plan and the clinical study protocols used to perform the investigation must be in fact appropriate to the device, and I have some example to show you how we can adjust the design of the study to the product, and not the product to the regulation of the studies. The third vision is the development plan and clinical study protocol should be adapted to the clinical constraint of use. Also the industry perspective with the ACME in the field, and added value expected by the society, not only by the patient, but from an economical point of view, by a social point of view, and ethics point of view. And the last one is a specific culture, and of course, it is just presented during the training session just before. So, what is the problem? The problem is, in fact, perform clinical study must be at each development step of a new medical device. And first is to bring the basic research to an applied research. After that, the clinical investigation for the first test in man. And after that, the well-conducted comparative clinical trials in order to demonstrate the efficacy and the security, the safety of the product. And after that, when the product will be launched on the market, the follow-up studies to generate new data about the effectiveness and also the safety. And so with the Itech model for the idea to the market process, we begin with the needs. And the needs come from the patient, from the clinician, from the society, from the industry, but the needs is quite very large, and we have to transform the needs in a sort of proof of concept in order to define the specification, technical specification of a new product in order to develop a prototype. And of course, for a prototype, you can give some blood for instance, in order to get some information about a specific disease and to have some biomarkers and so on, in order to transform this in a kit for the diagnosis, for instance, but it's a prototype on a lab. And of course, you have to transform the prototype into a product and with different clinical studies. And these studies is quite very dependent about the product. And of course, after that, the SMEs and the other people would like to have some product on the market with a CE mark. But it's very different from the drugs, because at these steps for the drugs, you get first the authorization to go to the market, and also the same proof useful for the reimbursement. But for medical devices, e-health and other health technology, it's quite different because you have some test with the product and you have some clinical feedback because you can modify the product during the use of this new product. And so at this time, you can have some product for a widespread use in general of the product on an industrialization process in order to reduce the cost, for instance, of the product, and also to have a better performance for the product. And sometimes you have to go back to the CE mark process in order to have the right quality assessment process with the notifying bodies. And after this industrialization, of course, you have a final product in your hands, and you can use it in clinical trials in order to get some information about the effectiveness, for instance, and with the economical part to get the notoriety of the product and also the reimbursement and with some follow-up study. And so at this time, we have also some specific dimension of the evaluation for medical device, the claim function, because, for instance, a scalpel is to cut the skin, is a function, and the clinical intended to use. And if it's for the treatment or is for the diagnosis and so on, is a lot of different intended use for medical product. And the technical evaluation, the biocompatibility, of course, robustness, fiability, and so on, is a technical part. Ergonomics and human factors engineering is very important. And the clinical benefit risk evaluation, variability of user, and of course, patient could be a user, a clinician could be a user, but everybody, another health professional could be a user. And so you have some variability with a learning curve, with some skills, and it's quite very important to take into account even in the study. And after that, the improvement of the product during the clinical feedback process. And last, we have to take into account the specificity of this novelty in our process. So the clinical study should be adapted to the specificity of medical devices. The first one is the difference intended to use. Of course, for diagnosis, monitoring, treatment, or elevation of comprehension of an injury is quite very, very different. It's not only randomized controlled trials, but a lot of different design, and you have to adapt the design to this intended use of the product. The predictability of the performance, for instance, for a stick, for gloves, and so on, is really predictive. So it doesn't matter if you have no clinical study on this type of device. The equivalence with a predicate, and if you can perform the equivalence, and you have some definition at this moment, you can say, okay, we have the proof already, and it's similar, so doesn't matter. We can have no clinical study. The operator interaction, and it's very important for the reproducibility, repeatability, with the same product to have the same performance, the diversity of users, the short track of development, and also the reduced life cycle of the product. And it's very important in medical device on the e-health because the innovation is very, very quick, and you have to adapt, of course, the regulation on the clinical trials to have a very short clinical trials for this one. on the small size of target population for a lot of medical devices. So some examples, 3. The first one is of monitoring. And here you have a scan and you have a specific system with a 3D mouse and a needle guide in order to have a dynamic tracking of the advance of the needle. And in fact, for this type of subject, we can ask, is it very useful to have a clinical trials, a randomized controlled trials, and so on? But the impact is so important that, of course, the answer is yes. And so we diligented some clinical trials with randomization and so on, and to have some specific outcomes measure for this type of medical device. Other example is for the diagnosis combined with telehealth, and here is for the heart failure patient and at home post-discharge after the hospital. And of course, the patient himself could get a blood drop put into a system to analyze the system. After that, send the information by internet at an expert system and registered in the patient file, sent to the hospital, to the cardiologist, and the cardiologist have a return. But of course, you have different device and a system. And the health technology is all the system. But for the moment, how to evaluate what sort of clinical trials, and you have performed different type of clinical study at each step to get the blood, for instance. After that, whereas the analysis system is a diagnosis system, and after that, the system of ICT and the expertise from the cardiologist. So you have to combine the development plan with different type of clinical study in this case. The example of medical device for treatment, and here is 2 different medical device for the treatment. First one is artificial heart, and the second one is a nasal kit for irrigation. But of course, it's for the treatment. Randomized controlled trial is not adopted. Not for the first case. On the first case, you have a clinical trial with 4 patients for the moment, and during the clinical study, you have some modification of the medical device. And they adapted with the result with the first patient, and they produce another product with some adaptation. So the adapted design is the adaptation not only of the methodological design, but also the product. And it's not the same for the drugs, for instance. And it's very important. So because it's very large to discuss, the clinical study for the moment on medical devices on health are poorly developed because, of course, the requirement is more recent than for drugs and follow different steps. And investigators, regulators, stakeholders, and so on have in mind the regulation for the drugs. And it's quite different to change the paradigm of clinical studies for this type of health technology. European regulation and guidelines are generic, and you have no specification precisely for the different type of medical devices. Few academic sites offer good knowledge about the study on medical device on health. There is little clinical research within the companies and also in the notified body. And there is no policy for supporting the cost of well-conducted clinical trials in the domain of medical devices. And I think because the cost is very important at this time. And a lot of technical innovation spread in practice before any real clinical evaluation, like with Da Vinci robot, breast prosthesis, connected smartphone application, and so on. And so if you would like to regulate, you have to adapt the design of the clinical studies. So how define a clear European guidance of clinical investigation according to the status of the device, because you have incremental innovation and you have innovation of rupture, and so it's quite not the same regulation if you would like to have the product very quickly on the market. And so you need to distinguish different things and accept that you can modify the device during the study. And so it's quite difficult to accept by ethical committees, for instance, or regulatory authorities. The intended use of the device, the degree of risk, of course, the body location disease, the experience from the use of similar devices, but also the custom-made device, and it's a very expensive field at the moment, and the in vitro diagnostic devices also, because it's related with the connected devices and also mobile smartphone and so on. So the action, 8 actions proposed. The first one is to create a methodology task force promoting standardized methodological issue specifically for the clinical studies of medical devices on e-health application to get a very clear orientation for this type of the study. Provide methodological guidance for the clinical study of medical devices on e-health application for the industry, but also for the authorities and for the patient, with the typology of main categories of devices we have speak about in the previous speech. The prerequisite for the first in-man test, animals, non-animals, in vitro, no in vitro, ex vivo, and so on. Methodology of clinical study with the design outcomes, population biostatistic, usage and usability, because it's a human factor or dominant field. Analyze the clinical procedure across the Europe. On the ecran, I've already made a sort of state of the art in different countries, and we need to harmonize the regulation and to harmonize the ethics of the clinical studies, because it's quite different from a country to another. Manage the information on the data from a confidentiality point of view is not only for the IP, but also for the security of the data and privacy for the patient. Review process and follow-up study in order to get some information after the launch of the product on the market. The fourth is identify a funding source to cover the large research costs for the clinical evaluation of health technology, in particular for comparative clinical trials. Fifth is the introduce a specificity in European legislation. The European legislation is already large, but mainly focused on the drugs, or for the medical devices directive with the MEDEV. We have a lot of different things, but not precisely, and the SME need to have more information because they have no skills inside the SME about this subject. 6, extend the ECRIN initiative, structuring the European research capacity on medical devices, and they have already established of hub coupled to a center or networks in each European country. They have made inventory of investigators and facilities for participation in clinical trials, and they are in capacity to conduct multinational clinical study. So larger one, because if you are large, you can go quicker than only on a country. The second proposition is to pursue the database on outcome measures for medical devices trials initiated by different international institutions involved in health technology assessment, like INATA, a non-profit member of HTAI, and reinforced by ECRA, and ECRA have a public database also about this outcome measure for medical devices. And the last one is to initiate a sort of Itech 2 extension with a broader panel for academics, industry, clinician, patient, stakeholder, and European regulatory representative in order to define the orientation of the clinical study. So thank you very much for your attention.
Last speaker who is going to talk about the adoption space is Professor Norman Black, who is professor in medical informatics in UK. He was appointed Pro-Vice Chancellor of Academic Development and Student Services in 2006, and on 1st April 2008 took up the role of Pro-Vice Chancellor for Research in Innovation. He is a past president of the European Society for Engineering and Medicine and a founder member of the Institute of Telemedicine. His research interests include biomedical engineering, assisted living technologies, telemedicine, data fusion, connected health, and bioengineering. Education. He has considerable exploitation of research findings to commercial products, and he holds positions on a number of venture capital bodies.
Well, thank you very much. In the UK, they would say that I now have the graveyard shift. That means the last slide, and it has a higher probability than anybody else that has gone before of putting you to sleep, or worse. But I would love to be able to come to you and say they have kept the best to the last. But I'm afraid I cannot say that about adoption space in this context, because of the comments that we have had back from you as a community and others. Comments than any of the others. It ranges across. We had one individual who felt that there wasn't any real application of adoption space to the domain working. There were others who felt at the other extreme that it had a lot and very exciting possibilities, and a lot who fell in the middle. Now, I want to take the time to try to explain to you what we mean by adoption space in the context of the medical devices and the e-health domain within which we are working. I want to start off with a vision statement first of all, because we are living in a society which has a rapidly changing landscape. We're living in a society where the user requirements or the needs of the users are more focused on needs now than they are on economics or anything else, and they are also increasing and changing. And we're looking for a system which actually enhances the uptake of technology, because that's what the Itech project key domain was. If you look at the little leaflet, it says the key issue for us in the Itech domain is what is the best strategy to optimize research and innovation and translate research into successful health technology products and services. So we're looking for that process which allows us as artisans and actors within that space to maximize our research, our development, so that we can get products into the mainstream healthcare usage. And also, as part of the research work that we did, a lot of the information that you fed back to us said that we wanted a system which was transferable, which was organizable processes, and that it maintained a connection between the people who were involved in it. So on the basis of those high-level issues that we discovered in our research, we come up with this idea that the vision for such a process would be an inclusive, systematic commercialization process that accelerates the successful adoption of medical devices and e-health applications into mainstream healthcare. So that was our goal. Now, one of the other areas I think that made the adoption space proposal controversial was that, unlike the other three streams that you have heard presented, this process really, or this proposal, works at the process level of the commercialization system, whereas the other three that we've been able to share with you really is at the operational level. You know, education, that's the operational level, the clinical trials and the taxonomy are all at the operational level, whereas this one is more of a... The reason why we've looked at this as a process is that Regis showed a slide. Whenever we had gathered all the information, particular issues, we're able to identify in our gaps and barriers. We divide those 61 issues up into 7 broad themes, 3 of which we decided were already taking place and shouldn't form part of the Itech process. 14 of those issues we felt were not relevant to us, so that of the remaining part of those issues, we split up into the 4 proposals that we're making. By far, the majority of the issues fell within a cluster which is addressed by this notion of adoption space. And those issues were things like better assessment of technology, appropriate and timely engagement of relevant stakeholders in the commercialization process. And we're all familiar with that sort of thing because somebody mentioned about the development of bioinformatics or bioengineering. You know, we learned early on as engineers that if the bioengineering product was to succeed, we had to get clinicians in at a very early stage. So we have traveled down a process and we sort of know what we mean by the early engagement of stakeholders in the commercialization process. A lot of you were saying things like we need better resourcing and monitoring of funding. Now, it wasn't necessarily, whenever we say resourcing, it wasn't necessarily euros that we were talking about. It was talking about the people who were engaged in assessing our projects, the expertise that was available to the Commission to validate our applications, etc. And it was broader than just the mere cash issue. And we can see that more experts should be visible to us so that we know what's going on and that we should be sharing the experiences that each one of us are engaged in. And we've mentioned some of it. We've heard these things mentioned a little bit as we've gone through this afternoon. The other things were, some people raise points about the validated technologies are not always being mainstreamed or being diffused into mainstream usage. So thinking back to the last proposal in terms of the Itech idea to market model, there are projects that we can identify in our history that have gone through that sort of model or process, have come out the far end being ticked, and yet they are not used in mainstream healthcare. There are other issues that were raised in terms of the political issues with regard to finding products on the market, the socio-technical issues and geographical issues. And a lot of people said that there was a need to provide connections between those of us who are working in this space. Because a lot of us are doing projects and a lot of us don't know what's happening. So we want to make the system transparent. We want to learn from the experiences that each of us have. We want it to be understandable and we want it to be auditable. Some people actually said that they could identify, they never named the groups, but they could identify serial successes, people who were involved in projects which had a number of successes, but the products that they produced or the outputs were questionable. And some of our colleagues were saying, why do we throw money in that sort of space? So really, those issues all deal with the process itself, and that's what this proposal of adoption space viewpoint of how products find their way onto the market. Three basic elements that we must satisfy before a product finds itself in widespread use. And we've just classified those under the technical, the clinical, and the economic. And we use evidence-based medicine, we quantify those processes, and they're right. So our research shows and confirms that the system is largely not fit for purpose, even though we manage the process using those key performance indicators. And it's not because what we have identified is that the solutions or the products that find their way onto the market are not exclusively made on the basis of evidence-based medicine or health technology assessment, clinical type evidence base. And despite the rigor, some projects, as I've mentioned, are products even though they have passed all these tests. The issue is that there is a geographical issue in the work that we have done in the background, looking at how certain technologies found their way into mainstream use. And we've discovered that some technologies in the same country are adopted in one region but not in another. There's something more going on behind the in terms of the essential commercialization space. And I think it's the outside influences that we have. We see patients have more empowerment. We've heard today about trying to improve patient empowerment, and therefore patients have technology, but if the patients themselves can't use it, it never find its way into the market space. Commissioners also have a huge influence whether or not reimbursement occurs. And those commissioners are generally managers of healthcare systems. They're not clinicians necessarily, technicians or researchers or anything else. And patients and practitioners all are starting to add more complex space in medical devices and e-health technologies. The increasing complexity of the space looks at things like user it going to be used, the patient empowerment, the social policies of a particular a nation, and all of these other things. So that our recent research suggests that the current approach is ineffective in that it does not of the changing landscapes. And this is what we were look at in putting forward final whenever we were talking about adoption space. Now, we considered a number of platforms that some of the research considerations that we made, we looked into disruptive innovation. Now, the EU has just finished a report on disruptive innovation. It's been published recently. You can get it at that connection. And disruptive innovation really is looking at the technologies that cause disruption down the system. Is there a way in which this disruption can add to the probability that a product will be taken up, or indeed will it create new technologies and new opportunities? We looked at smart innovation. Really, we were looking at that in terms of the connected health or the e-health environment. And I'll jump to the access one, where this is a UK process, where there is a desire to see how technology can be embedded within the national health in the UK in an accelerated manner. But we also looked at the one that we've sort of settled on, and that's adoption space. And the adoption space is really a conceptual model which is based upon actor network theory, bringing actors together that contribute to a common goal. Now, we might say, if we backed off several decades in bioengineering, that the actors there are researchers, the clinicians, and the economists. Actors actually include all the other folk that we interesting one, because I did this on the plane coming over, and some of my colleagues haven't fully agreed to it yet, but nevertheless we'll see how it pans out. And another general attribute of adoption space is that it allows for specific values to be attributed to each stage or element in the commercialization process. Now, what that means actually, and it's hard to sort of grasp this, but what that means is that there is a weighting or a consideration given to everything that's involved in the process of going from an idea to market. And that includes the technology itself. Because the technology creates an image or an impression in itself, irrespective of its functionality. The technology creates an impression. Now, I was announced as being one of the founders of the Institute of Telemedicine. And if you take a look at the telemedicine thing happening all the time, because in the early days in telemedicine, it came over the hill as a great opportunity to. But as we had more and more and more and more pilot studies of telemedicine products, the clinicians that were going to use them became less and less and less enamored. And I personally had an experience on one occasion where I was talking to a clinician and he said to me, "Is this a telemedicine product?" And I said, "Yes, it is," excitedly thinking that he was going to grasp it. And he said, "If it's telemedicine, I don't want to have anything to do with it." Now, what he was really doing was he was putting a value on the technology without even thinking about it. It was the technology itself that he was thinking had a value for him. And the adoption space actually takes those. And there are a number of specific attributes that adoption space allows us to consider. So it's actually geared towards the adoption of the technology. It's based on this concept of those who are involved, the actor network, so it allows all of the people who are involved. The other thing that it does is it allows for dynamic monitoring of the process as it continues through from the start to the finish. So it allows for gated, whereby you can actually put a hold on the particular project if it doesn't meet the particular criteria that you're interested in. It supports disruptive technology or innovations, although it is not in itself, because it considers that not all products that meet a particular standard actually find their way into the health service domain within our region. And yet within the same nation, it gives you an idea of why that may or may not be. It gives adoption into its mainstream care. This is nebulous at this point in time. And what I'm asking for is an expert working group, in the same way as an expert innovation, an expert working group to be set up to validate the adoption space principles and see if they can contribute towards more efficient adoption, and to develop, and that has a twofold elements to it. An electronic network that allows us to communicate together, supported by some form of relational database. We can develop case studies and share our experiences. Number of impact. I would hope that would be able to provide interconnection between us as artisans in the area, a data repository for future work, etc. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Norman. So we will have a short break of 15 minutes, if you agree, and then we will have the discussion with the panel of industrials and the speakers of this afternoon. And then you will have the possibility to ask for questions and comments and make exchange with the speakers and with all the people attending this session. So 15 minutes break, and then we come back for the discussion. Thank you.
Consideration.
It could be great to have your reactions against these propositions from the industries. And so I propose that all of you will present themselves during 2 minutes and react on the different actions we proposed. And also you can make propositions for other actions that Itech could propose to the Commission. So I propose that we start by one side of the table and finish by the other one. So if you want to present yourself and the reactions towards the different actions roadmap we propose in Itech, and also perhaps some proposition you have and some remarks you have. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Manuel Canes from Dell. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. So this other presentation was very interesting, and very happy to hear that there is a lot of commitment in developing e-health and innovative solutions. I heard a lot about products. That's very interesting, but products don't come alone. They are in an environment with platforms to host the application, to host the data, to manage the data, to secure the data. So as Dell, we are, informatic provider. We are here to build trusted platforms at the hospital, because the hospital is also, I heard a few words around hospital. The hospital is a healthcare provider in this area. So inside the hospital, you can build the trusted platform to host all the data of a territory. And I think it's important to include the hospital in the process and in the solution. Not only products, but solution. That I think key for the next step. I'm connected with my colleagues in UK and Germany. For Dell Healthcare, it's around, for these 3 countries only, it's around 300 million euros. So it's not a large market compared to education. Last time we did a telemedicine project in France. It was a 200 tablets project. My colleague in education did a 20,000 tablets project. So in terms of scale, we are not yet at an industrial level for me. And I think that's very key if we want to put money and have the industrial as not only a provider, but also a partner to invest in solution. It's very key to reach this scale, to be industrial. I think that's.
Hello, I'm Norbert Galli, Technology or Qualcomm Life. It is a subsidiary of Qualcomm Life. We are providing a solution to integrate all the data from the hospital to the home care. So all the device from the hospital to the home care to all the consumer that are the EMR and our solution and also research solution.
And what is your reaction against the 4 propositions?
So for the first proposition, so on the taxonomy side, we can see we agree that there is a lack of taxonomy on the e-health sector, because we are accustomed to the medical device sector, which is already mature and have the good taxonomy, and that we are using it, and we are going to be confronted to this through our home care integration solution. And so yes, we agree that there is a lack of this, and it will also help us to be able to classify all the data. Oh, sorry. It will help us to label all the data, to classify all the data that we receive from all the e-health devices, to integrate them to the consumer. So it will be something interesting.
Okay, thank you.
I am Vincent Peters from Biotronic France. We are manufacturing pacemakers, ICDs, and stent. And Biotronic is a pioneer and leader for remote monitoring for patients with pacemakers and ICDs. Yes, what I think it's yes, the recommendations are very interesting. I think very helpful for industry in Europe. I have a remark regarding market access. I am in charge of market access in France and regulatory affairs. And in France, contrary to other countries, market access is very long. It's approximately 1 year from the time you submit a file to the health authorities, and you have a reimbursement if you want to get a reimbursement for a medical device. So it's very long, and in other countries, sometimes you just need CE mark. And so my question is how this Europe Commission or can help France to enforce France to reduce, as we have to reduce deficit, for example. And yes, it's difficult. It's attractive market, but very, very difficult. We have most of the time 2 years time delay between to introduce a device in France compared to other countries.
And for the reimbursement, what about the clinical trials?
Yeah,
and for the reimbursement,
yes,
you had the problem some years ago.
Yes, of course, clinical trials are very important. For example, yes, for remote monitoring, we had to develop clinical studies in France because it was about organizations, and health authorities accepted only French clinical studies just for this kind of solution. And yes, it's very long. It's very long, and it costs a lot of money because it's only the money of the company. So we invest a lot of money. It was possible for us because we are a big company, but for small companies, startup company, it's impossible to develop telemedicine solution.
So we propose to
Hello, so my name is Philippe Frenot. I work for a company called Boston Scientific, which is one of the leaders specifically in charge of remote patient monitoring. So we are competitors with Vincent, but still we can have relationships. So I liked very much the other proposals that were presented today, very interesting. Personally, I'd like to see more of those meetings and conferences, maybe eventually involving some representatives of health authorities from the local countries. So not only people working at the European level, which is great, but also people from the local countries. I think that would help a lot to speed up the access to market. I also believe a lot into more training in general to help developing more engineers, and this was covered today, engineers and technicians about health technologies, but also I'd like to see more trainings being developed and training programs in Europe to help people working in health authorities to better understand the benefit of those technologies, to help those people to better be able to evaluate the benefits for the patient, for the economy in general. And I think that technologies go so fast that I understand that it's probably very difficult for ministers and people at that level to be able to really understand all the benefits that can come with that, and to properly evaluate in a time that makes it feasible for us industrials to put products in the market.
Thank you. Alain?
Alain Ripard, I have been the founder of ELA Medical a long time ago, and I am retired, but I am still advisor for a large academic institution and for startups. For the clinical evaluation, I agree fully with you. it's a big problem, especially for SMEs, because there is the death valley. When you have finished the prototypes, you are ready to go to clinicals, and you have to pay for clinicals. And there is a lack of resources for this standpoint. And more generally speaking, I think the Europe should help more the small companies to go through this death valley.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Stolberg, representing the Finnish Health Technology Industry Association. We have about 110 members, both small ones and big ones, and on the top of that we may have in Finland about 200 other companies, startup companies, which are not yet our members. A bird can count to 6. Our finance minister usually have 3 points. Normal Finns are between the bird and the finance minister, so I will have 4.5 points to comment, but I will take 2 now and 2.5 after a while. My first comment is relating to the Itech proposal about the education. I find this almost the most important out of these suggestions which are proposed. And the reason to this is that I have seen a huge amount of companies at different stages in their life. I'm talking more about startup companies now. They usually get a lot of money from the society. They have a very brilliant, innovative idea which they put forward. 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, they are still at the stage that the idea is not yet a final product, and they fail, and at that point of time the money is gone. And the reason why they fail is usually lack of information from different kind of points of view, which this suggestion will address. That's why I'm finding it so important. I would add to the list also regulatory training and regulatory education, because today you can get that information courses by courses, very expensive courses, and you get just a glimpse about what it is about, but there is no systematic approach to train companies in the field of regulations. So that's why I find this educational part so important. Then Norman Black is not here now, but I extremely much liked his idea or this proposal about the adoption space, because that is exactly how, should we say, already established companies are working. They don't start from an innovative idea and work their way up to the market, to the patient, but they think about who is the patient we want to serve, what added value can we give to the medical problem that patient has, and then they think about what would the solution be, and then they go back and find out what would the innovative resolution to that problem be. So it goes really in that order, not from a technical innovative idea upwards, but from the patient need, the medical problem, and downwards, ending up to what kind of innovation we need. So that's why I like that this element is taken seriously and taken into account. I'll leave the other 2.5 points to a later stage.
Thank you. Hi, hello. I'm Pier Bruno Profili from MIR Medical International Research. Medical International Research is not a huge company. It's an Italian company. We have around 40 people working in the company. And we produce spirometers, portable spirometers, which are small diagnostic devices to assess diagnosis in the respiratory field. And 80% of our business is traditional medicine, meaning that we sell the devices to doctors, occupational health, to general practitioners, and all this. Lately, 20% of our business, and this is, according to our estimation, this business will start growing and growing, is related with telemedicine. When we speak about telemedicine, we do not only mean telemedicine, for example, what people usually think, meaning the patient at home sending data, information, and everything to a clinician, but we can also think about telemedicine between clinician and clinician. Imagine, for example, all those doctors, those general practitioners, those family doctors that want to send information to some specialist and receive a second opinion. Or imagine the growing role of pharmacies in the world. So pharmacies are becoming a sort of, they are assuming the same role of a family doctor, and they are growing their role in diagnosis. So they have interest in sending and assessing the quality of diagnosis of a patient, sending information to some other clinicians. Now, I think that generally speaking, events like this are very, very interesting because, of course, being a manufacturer, we are interested in delivering good quality products. But of course, we will need infrastructure like Dell, for example. Of course, we will need reimbursement, and this will be more politically related. And unfortunately, this point is not so strong at the moment, especially in Europe. We will need to interact with other companies. We already work with some companies. For example, we are integrated with the TUNET hub of Qualcomm. So, I mean, it's very interesting to touch all the different points that we touched today, ranging from taxonomy, ranging from reimbursement, ranging from privacy, because each single company is, let's say, looking the cake on their different point of view. If we are able to work all together, maybe we will achieve a little bit more than what we're achieving now. Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Delerue from a very small company, French company, called Alicante. No relation with Spain. Somebody talked to me in Spanish. My Spanish is awful. Sorry. I'm speaking just from the French market situation. Our company is building software with data mining techniques to conceive and license digital signatures. For example, finding a patient in a huge amount of hospital data, a patient with that or this or that risk. For example, we are working with Regis on a project of detecting patients with risk of cognitive impairment or disorder after a stroke. So we can find some specific digital signatures. This is one example. I can only, to come to the subject of today, I can only back all the initiatives of Itech, and especially the one about clinical trials. The problem for a company like us is to have a clear and unique track, and if possible fast track to market, national market, or of course European market. Somebody spoke about a unique integrated commercialization process which is proposed in Itech. This is very interesting, especially for software, because software is a kind of very specific object in healthcare markets. I'm not speaking about software embedded in medical devices. I'm speaking about, for example, hospital software, which is a kind of underground market. There are no clear pathways to certification, assessment. To say it another way, anybody can sell an hospital a software. There are no regulatory process. So we've got the need to have a clear process, especially for a very small company like us. Thank you.
David, what do you think about the e-health taxonomy? Do you think that is interesting, possible, useful?
It is necessary, I think. There are a lot of innovations that are mixing the actual borders of product. You've got devices that are embedding software. This software is connecting with a cloud database. So the old frontiers of products are now mixed in new kind of products. So a taxonomy could be a guide for buyers to, and for also public institution to find where is the real innovation and where it is not, and what to reimburse, of course.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mario Mo with Intel. I want to start as being a little optimistic. I don't think things are as bad as eventually we might think that they are. Definitely they are. There is room for improvement, that's for sure. So Intel manufactures some of the ingredient components that I guess many of your companies at the end of the day need to use to make this technology work, as long as it is ICT related. And healthcare is indeed a different market, definitely different from the consumer market. It's a highly regulated market, quite complex, unfortunately different per country, not only on the regulatory aspects, but for instance regarding the privacy. I appreciate the comment from the colleague from Dell. We should have also a solutions or a systems perspective on connected health. It automatically implies that you have a connected system of some sort. I want to say that in the recommendations, namely, that they are all valid, obviously. All these points must be addressed in some way and need to be addressed. It is not that there is nothing there, it can always be improved, right? There are fantastic examples in regions and some countries of adoption. And this is one of the points that I think, for me at least from my experience, is one of the most important, has to do with the adoption of these technologies. Obviously, adoption per se is not the answer. There is a sequence of activities, a pyramid of requirements that need to happen, and many of those the project identified. But I guess from manufacturers and vendors' point of view, they see it at the end of the day what the market is able to buy, and if it's interested to buy. And the adoption is, as sometimes we say, in these more innovative technologies, chicken and egg problem, as we say for many things, but this is really one of the cases. Because creating these technologies require investment, obviously money, financial, human resources. And if those companies don't see an appetite for the buyers, that most of them, if we talk about the regulated market, are public institutions, ministries, hospitals, etc. They are also reluctant to invest, because if you are going to invest, is the take-up, the market demand aspects are low. But on the other hand, if the procurers themselves don't see, in some instances, technologies, for instance, that are interoperable as a requirement, they also abstain of looking for those. So it is clearly a complex aspect, but more relevant in some cases than others. If you think about traditional medical technology, an hospital, the most advanced ones, are fantastic wonders of technology. You have machines that can see inside you, you have machines that can see outside you, and everything in between. Fantastic technology. And some of them is really complex, and it got there. Extremely expensive, but they find its use. We can say that they are a sequence of established clinical methods and what the medical class is more or less used to. And there was one slide, and in a big tongue-in-cheek comment, that mentioned about disruptive innovation. I think that disruptive innovation and healthcare system in the same sentence is a difficult one to play with, because obviously it's quite traditional, quite informed, intelligent, and quite tied to, we mentioned about clinical trials, evidence, and these things take time to come to life. So in a way, there is a normal inertia that has many reasons that cause many of the comments that we are discussing it, but it's really the market that exists like that. Just to finish, I would also like to make a point regarding the consumer-related market. When you go nowadays to a big retailer on the high street, you find actually a huge set of wearables technologies, right? Sometimes we call it IoT wearables, and many of these wearables are bracelets, are watches, and intelligent garments, and they measure, many of them, some kind of vitals. It can be pulse, it can be even heart rate, and steps, and so on and so forth. And that is an important market also that perhaps we can call it wellness, lifestyle, well-being, some of them call it health. And here what I'm leading is that from a regulatory point of view, some of the issues start exactly from this perspective. Depending how regulation is defined and prescribed, the easiest or the most difficult way can people from the industry adapt to it. It's obviously that industry will move to areas or to countries or to regions where the regulations are perhaps easier to come up with and to go around those. So it's also a call for attention and for action for policymakers mainly to be quite thoughtful about making regulations that can impact areas that, like e-health or other innovative technologies, that sometimes it's not the main concern that they have. So education for policymakers, I would add also to the roster of, let's say, recipients, not only for doctors, etc., but for policymakers as well.
Thank you. Adam?
Yes. One point of optimism. I was last week at a meeting that we organize every year of the 3 poles of competitivity in Paris: Cap Digital, Systematic, and Medicine. And the subject is ICT for health. And I was surprised. We were in Bercy, in the large theater of Bercy. It was full. And there was a lot of new projects from young teams, from SMEs. I think there is a window of opportunity right now for this subject, particularly for developing software and new application.
Yes, that is the optimistic way. The problem is who will pay for that and who will prescribe them, because FDA authorized some software and some app to be prescribed by general practitioners. It will take time in France, I think. But it's a way of improving things. You think that patients will pay for everything?
The social security won't pay. So either the insurance or the patients or the family of the patients, if it's demonstrated the gain. I am thinking, for example, of Alzheimer or some of these applications, or the family would be happy to do something for the puppy.
Maybe one thing that we haven't too much discussed today that I think would be of interest as well is to consider maybe at a European level, what does it mean to practice medicine today with all of those new technologies? So we're talking about products and access to market. That's fine, that's great. And we definitely, industrials definitely need help to speed up the process, to bring products to the market and have them approved. But what about physicians? Are they being paid for, and I can just talk about the example of pacemakers and defibrillators. So this technology is partly reimbursed for defibrillator, but physicians so far don't get any money for monitoring remotely their patients. So to some extent, they could become the greatest opponents to those new technologies if they don't get paid for using those technologies to treat and monitor their patients. So, I mean, this was not the topic for today, but I think that it's certainly worth some more discussions.
It depends on the country because you can have reimbursement on some telemedicine acts. So regulation is not the same in each country. We're not the United States of Europe. And that's also an issue because if we can have, thanks to the regulation, a way to have this common way to pay for the act, we will have a business model to develop solutions. And I wanted also to react on optimistic things. We did with Intel a very innovative project on high-performance computing for cancer hospital in Paris. It's a 1 million euros investment from us. So we can be a partner we can be a part of the solution. Not only public investment, not only finding someone to pay for that. We can be also for the trials. We can be partners to fund that. But it depends on the business model and depends on the business plan we have for that. And it's key to include the industrial at the beginning of the process, not at the end, and see us as a partner.
On the researcher's point of view, it's not so easy because sometimes you need a prototype to show. And okay, but what was interesting is that someone has to pay, so you must have some benefits from a system or for an app you download, and that is why I think that the part of on comparative clinical trials or clinical trial is so important, particularly on medical devices and e-health, where the methodology is just starting to be. So I would ask Jacques Demotte from Écrin to give his feeling on this.
Thank you very much, Regis. So I'm Jacques Demotte. I'm the director of ECRAM, which stands for European Clinical Research Infrastructures Network, and which is the European infrastructure for clinical trials. And we have, so the objective is to be able to support multinational clinical trials in Europe. We do that for any category of trial, but we have in a previous project, we had some funding to develop specific capacity, specific modules to support clinical trials in the field of medical devices. What you did and was mentioned by Lionel is that we develop a regulatory and ethical database that provide information on the regulatory and ethical requirement for the authorization to run a clinical trial in the different European countries. It covers 22 European countries. This is a very important asset because it means that through this database it's possible to navigate the tremendous complexity of the regulation, because the regulation for clinical trials on medical device is not under the European directive, so there is a lack of harmonization. So this is the first tool, and I think it is a very important tool. The second tool we developed for medical devices, as you mentioned, we have on the website, and this is freely available. We have developed an outcome measure database for the field of medical device. And the third instrument that may be helpful is the risk-based monitoring strategy. We have developed a toolbox with different risk-based monitoring strategy. Since the medical device have different level of risk, I think it makes perfectly sense to implement such a risk-based monitoring strategy for medical devices. So these are the three main elements. I would say so the main objective of ECRAN is not only to develop the tools, but also to provide support and services to the medical device companies and to the medical device academic research organization to run the trial. The instruments, so most of the trial we support are in fact funded by the Horizon 2020, mostly by the Scientific Challenge 1, meaning the health priority. We have some trials supported also by the Innovative Medicine Initiative, and we have, I think, 1 or 2 trials supported by the SME instrument that was presented. And I think this is a very good opportunity for you all, for the SMEs, to find some funding. I read on the paper that the amount of money is in the range of 4 to 5 million. I think with 4 to 5 million it's possible to fund a clinical trial. We have some expertise in, let's say, in drafting an application to the Horizon 2020, and this is something we can support. And just 2 other points also, because I was interested by the recommendation regarding the training. We could contribute also to training program for clinical trials on medical devices, and we would be also very interested in participating in the discussion regarding the methodology. We had a workshop on methodology, and I think especially the issue of blinding, the issue of comparator is a major problem for clinical trials on medical device. Thank you.
Yes, please, Tom.
Thank you. I would like to comment on this clinical trial, or as I would call it, clinical assessment / clinical study. It is a very important aspect of the medical device, and it is extremely important that Itech took it up now, and that you also, as a presenter, said that you will take it further, maybe as a second project. I really appreciate that. However, when I think about my discussions within COSIR, with my colleagues in EDMA, and through my Nordic sister organizations which are linked to EUCOMED, I do know that this is a very controversial aspect from certain points of view, and that there are certain elements of danger involved in the discussions in this regard. Therefore, I would like to take the opportunity to put on the table a couple of borderlines. The first border is against medicinal products or medicine. You cannot adopt those ideas directly to medical devices, because the world between medical drugs and the medical devices is very, very huge. Then I would like to emphasize that today the clinical assessment is obligatory for every risk class of products from risk class 1 to risk class 3. However, it is usually enough to have a clinical assessment done related to the risk class 1, and no clinical studies are needed, whereas it is always needed for the risk class 3. I don't think that there is any need for any changes in that regard, because if we have a low-risk product and there are hundreds of similar products on the market, why should you take the extra effort to conduct a clinical study for that kind of product? So that's one border. Then one border which is also important is that the discussion related to those clinical studies which are needed in order to CE mark the product, that is one world. Then the product is CE marked, and the company has the right to take the product to the market to start selling it. Then comes the health technology assessment into the picture, and the question of reimbursement. And these discussions are very dangerous if they are interlinked, so that there starts to be more demands, as it is already in the European Parliament discussions about that should health technology assessment be a part before CE marking. If that is done, then you can say goodbye to all innovative work in Europe, because that demand would be such a lot that, and at such a point of time, that it is not possible for a company to anymore be involved in that game. So that's one of my comments about the clinical trials. If I'm allowed, I take very fast also the taxonomy, because I see this as a very extremely important aspect of the Itech project. Not only as such, it is important just for the e-health and taxonomy, but I see that it is important from the UDI point of view. When now USA first have come out with the law and now is implementing the unique device identification system, and the new coming European regulation for medical devices and in vitro diagnostic medical devices, both put in provisions for UDI. It is extremely important that in Europe we are just following what the USA is doing, but in order to do all this, we need a good taxonomy also for the newcomers in the field, which are the e-health. So it's interlinked sort of in that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Now it's open to discussion. Jean-Louis.
Thank you. I have not heard any negative comment about the proposition made by Itech up to now. I don't want to close the debate here, but I think that we must keep in mind that Itech is just one step, and we must think about the next step. So the action step that can be proposed through after Itech. I understand that the nomenclature problem, especially for e-health, is very important and could be perhaps supported by support action or what any kind of tools existing at the European level. But because we have representative of the European Commission, it would be nice to hear if they also think the same. The second point is on clinical trials. We must imagine also that we will not solve through Itech any of the problems that are behind. So because Jacques is here, and I think that it was on a slide of Lionel, the question was asked to extend in some way ECRIN for a new period, or perhaps to give to medical devices on e-health a space more important that it has up to now in ECRIN. So it is the training. I think I discussed with Olivier from the European Commission. He told me that tools at the European level to address this point. He may comment better than me this as described by Norman. I don't know how to make that living for the next.
Thank you, Jean-Louis. To reply on the training aspects, first, I personally think it's a very relevant recommendation, because you will need young generations that are able to cope with the novelties in the area. So you cannot keep the curricula that you currently have as they are. You really need to adapt to the new trends. You need to provide training to the concerning the regulatory aspects and many other areas. But in a commission contract, there's a commitment from the partners to dissemination and exploitation of the results. So it's not only giving the report to the commission and forgetting about it. You have actually some kind of duty to address the relevant stakeholder. And here, in terms of training, it might not be that complicated. You're probably aware of what the relevant institutions are in the member states that provide training, that provide diplomas in this area. You have come up with conclusions. You can reformulate it especially for training institutions and send them, this is what a commission-funded project, you can put the European flag on it, and there's no problem with that. This is what the European-funded project has come up with suggestions in terms of elements to be introduced in the curricula for biomedical engineering training or medtech training. This is not that complicating. I guess it's nearly just one click away. So, and that would be probably relevant. And then in terms of what is available, I invite you to check with my colleague of DG EAC, Education and Culture, because I know that some years ago there were provisions for, in the context of the Erasmus program, for defining curricula, for several training institutions to define common curricula. So that's typically what could be funded in the context of an Erasmus project, if Erasmus Plus projects still allow for that. So it's something you need to check. That's how far we can go in terms of training. More not because the EU does not have a strong competency in terms of training. It's still the chasse gardée of the member states. So there's quite little we can do. But already addressing directly the training institution would certainly be relevant. Thank you.
I can say a few words after what was proposed by Jean-Louis. Of course, we are very interested in keeping structuring the capacity of ECRA and of the medical device community to run multinational clinical trials in this field. I must say that until now we have a portfolio of, I would say, 32 projects. The number of projects on medical device is still rather low, so it is very important to boost, to increase the activity in terms of clinical trials on medical device. But I think it is important for us to keep this structuring activity. We can allocate some human resources. We have correspondents in each of the connected countries. So we pay the salary of one person who is the contact point for ECRA, and this person is working at the national hub of clinical trial units. So they are not hanging in the vacuum, I would say. But we have also in the coordination team in Paris a person that could be allocated as maybe a part-time activity, and maybe in the future as a full-time person, having this specific expertise in the field of medical device. And this is one of the action we would like to promote.
Thank you. Don Bjorn, do you have any comments for the support actions?
The policy officer that just responded, I don't know where Olivier went, actually was the one who put this in. So that question should have actually gone to Olivier and not to me. I was just the project officer for this one. I mean, like I tried to give you before, the bit of a picture here. It's complicated, right? It's a lot of opportunities in there. Olivier mentioned a few, of course. We have loads of agencies and we have loads of initiatives taken, right? And I hear all over here that we are talking about member states, and different member states are doing differently. This is a problem we have in health. We have the educational problem, of course, with doctors. We have different generations coming up. It's all treated in different member states. We have this problem. I've been here 20 years now in this field. We have this problem constantly coming up. So we are really trying to push the member states together, right, to do some kind of joint programming, call it whatever you want. But you have to work on different levels. There are some organizations which are specializing in how to achieve funding in the Commission, right? And it's not an easy task. Horizon 2020 was supposed to be simpler because we joined everything together, and actually now it's all a big mess, right? So, I mean, it is possible because you need specialized organizations who knows how to get forward into Horizon 2020. It is much more simpler than it was before, definitely. We maybe had single programs and everybody went to a single program and they went there year by year by year. We don't have that. The world is not like this anymore. It changes everywhere. If something happens on the other side of the world, we know it by internet. It's totally changed. And also the research funding is totally changed today. So it is just kind of a normal development how it is. So when to try to get new funding for this one, you just have to try on different channels. You need to be very, very specialized in it. Ekran is a good, you have other MedTech Europe, there is many different ones. There are even one who is having the US and the Europe together in many different branches. There is this cooperation again between US and Europe. And this is something which could be effective. But the market, as everybody speaks about, is moving so fast. So, I mean, it's difficult, it's multifaceted out there, and we are just following the trend. The Commission is exactly the same. So there's no special way how to get in. Health is not only the solution, right? Just don't look specifically on health. Just because you were funded there once doesn't mean that we'll come up again with it, right? We are very interested, of course.
Thank you. I have a question for, thank you very much. Thank you for all the people from the Commission. I have a question for people who were involved in the human factors engineering, Christian, Marie-Catherine, Raquel, and so on. It was an important part in the previous workshop. It is included now in adoption space. Many people spoke about usability, usage, ergonomics, the possibility to people to use the new device. Do you feel satisfied with the recommendation, or do you want us to add some things in the adoption space, or to reinforce the part of the human factors engineering? Christian, Marie-Catherine, Raquel, I don't know.
Well, it's a difficult question, but I think the most important that has been said about it here from the panel is that we really have to be careful not to develop technologies that then have to search for a problem to solve. It has to go the other way around, and if it does that, then usability issues and human factors issues are coming more natural into the process. That's one thing. The other thing I would like to add is maybe also related to some of the other things that were discussed, and it's just an idea that had been practiced in Denmark. I don't know how it transfers to other countries, but all the 5 regions in Denmark, they have some kind of organization to promote industrial development within their region. And health technologies is an important aspect of that. And as all the regions also are the owners of the hospitals, they have actually opened the hospitals for data for these companies within the region. So it might pave a way for doing some of the testing. I don't know if you can compare it all the way up to clinical trials, but at least as a beginning, it's possible to get access to patient, to data, to staff, and so on for testing at least products within that has relevance to hospitals.
Thank you. Marie-Catherine?
Thank you. Yes, I think I was very interested in Petra Wilson's presentation, because the first thing she picked out in difficulties in taking up or adopting new apps and so on was that they were not user-friendly. So I think usability is really still a big challenge. So we need to improve the process and the usability engineering process that is now mandatory for all medical devices and probably to extend it to healthcare. However, we also need to extend it on the socio-technical, more socio-technical, anthropological point of view. And for example, to take into account the collective aspects of healthcare. And there's one point that you mentioned, which I think is very interesting, because you said that maybe the physicians could become the major opponents to these new technologies. And this really is illuminating to me, because we've been doing that. We've been doing human factors and socio-technical studies for 15 years now. And we can just wonder whether all those e-health applications, new softwares and so on, they are not win-win applications. The loser in those implementations are always the physicians. The physicians are those who find themselves with more workload, having to process more data, to treat this data, to remotely analyze the data, as you mentioned, and they are not paid for that, and it's considered that they just have to add it on their workload. So now that we have medical devices that are more and more connected with e-health, this means more data to process, more data to analyze, and more responses, and still it's on the physician, and the physicians still are not paid or recognized for this additional work. So we really have to wonder whether they might become the major opponents to the implementations, and this is clearly an adoption problem that we should think about.
Thank you. Do you have... Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Maybe you will allow me to make a disruptive change in the discussion. First, I should present myself. My name is Helmut Hutten. I think we are looking for barriers, and one of my doubts about possible barriers is intellectual property. I think it should be considered as under this aspect. The question is it a barrier or not? If I think for Röntgen, who refused to take a patent, I think this was very important that this technology spread within 1 year nearly in whole Europe at that time and went to different companies. Today, we have companies which need intellectual property. Most of those patents are very broad. They cover not only what they really want to utilize, but also what they want to consider for the future. But they are also applying for patents which prevent the competitors to come into the same field. Universities are now more and more requesting even from students to apply for intellectual property. That means those young people cannot publish because after publication, they cannot apply for intellectual property. And therefore, what is your opinion? It is ambivalent. Is intellectual property one of the barriers? Is it important in this field of medical technology? Is it important to discuss even under the aspect of software? Today, it's not only necessary to have a technical device, which is described in detail, but you can make it in a very general way, and you can even apply for intellectual property for software. Is that a barrier or not? Thank you so much. Maybe we should consider it.
Thank you. It's a huge problem, yes, and particularly for software development and so on. Do you have comments on that? No?
You're right, there is competition. And it's not only inside Europe, but it's between regions. And that's a race. If we are not in this race, very soon, because the technology allows that, we can have connected devices with physicians in Asia, able to analyze our data in Europe. That's very easy. Technically, it's so easy to do that. So yeah, the business, the market goes very fast, and we need to be as fast as him to and bring solutions. So devices with all the validation, but also trusted platform when the patient would trust on the result. And that's the reason why we need to protect this area. Because when you are a patient, when you wear something, you would say that's my health, I'm okay. Is it really? Is it the truth? I want a doctor, not a doctor anywhere in the world, a doctor close to me, who can say yes, that you're healthy. And that's important to protect the platform, the process, and be as regional as we can.
Thank you for raising the problem. It's a very important topic. Thank you. Is there any other remark or question or elements do you want to discuss? Please.
If you can help me on that. And thank you for this. Someone mentioned Denmark. I couldn't see from here. But this is actually one of the countries where perhaps disruptive innovation can fit in the same sentence as healthcare system. And I'm trying just to say that actually the power and the influence that good policies can have on developing and ramping up a market. The case of Denmark is interesting. I've been following since a few years all the telemedicine and telehealth aspects. And a couple of years ago, Denmark, the government, so the highest level, defined their telemedicine infrastructure and strategy. It's obviously has to do with more profound reasons of an aging population, fewer healthcare carers, the things that Elias mentioned and others as well. And the consequence of this, slowly we are seeing from an industry point of view, and this is like the chicken and egg aspect that I try to explain, and this has profound influences on the demand and the signals that procurers and the buyers, at the end of the day, the public sector, is sending to the market and to the manufacturers in a way saying, hey, in a few times we'll be looking for this kind of devices or this kind of systems. And it's not only that, it's also to make this possible. Denmark is also implementing centers where these devices for interoperability, for instance, can be tested and can be checked. Petra also mentioned one of the areas, which is the difficulty to integrate information from wearables, for instance, on or apps into the healthcare system, and this is all being checked according to some interoperability framework and etc. So one suggestion would be again to bring these good practices, fantastic practices, and good examples from the highest level point of view, and expose them from a good point of view to everyone else, regional, national countries. And because obviously we understand that healthcare is local, but there are some principles that can be replicated, and just the intention and the way that a country is looking into the future of the healthcare system, thinking not just tomorrow, but on the medium and long term, is incredibly important also to trigger the industry.
Last comment or last question? Or
just about one thing. Somebody said that public health sector was a black hole as a private company. I cannot agree with that. Public health sector is providing us healthy producers. So for a private company, public health sector has got a great value, and this is linked with the other subject of including the physician, what Marie-Catherine said. In the value chain we are living with, the physician and nurses in hospitals have a lot of value to to give to private companies, especially in private sector, in public hospitals. So when we are speaking about business models, I think we are speaking also of business models, including public physicians and nurses.
Thank you. We'll have a discussion. Gérard, you accepted to make a short talk at the end of the session to...
Yes. You appointed me as a volunteer.
Yeah.
Here, that official position of the speakers. So if you read actually here, I mean, what I've written, I mean, it will be a complex exercise. So what I'll try to do before you leave is to not to repeat what has been said already. It would be useless. It will be to try to extract from this set of ideas some ideas which, to my mind, are more important than others, not because I believe they are more important, but because they have been repeated and somewhere certainly are more impact than others. There is a first thing which, to my mind, has been repeated a number of times, the issue of taxonomy. This is very much related to the nature of the project. And of course, actually, you cannot do anything in Europe if people do not agree on the terminology. So there is a need to clarify, okay, I mean, in particular in e-health, what is meant in order to create almost, I would say, a semantic, yes, interoperability between the different member states. I mean, it's always difficult, even within one single country. It's even more difficult, okay, I mean, across the different countries. There is another idea which has been repeated, which is about training. So training is very important as well. I mean, Nikos has developed a lot of potential activities about training. I will not repeat, okay, I mean, to be useless. But there are things which have been introduced as well, which to my mind are very interesting. One is about regulatory training, in particular for the SMEs. And so I don't forget what has been said by Eva Cayley this morning, that regulatory issues are important, but only relevant regulatory issues. Because, I mean, too many regulation kills completely innovation. So there is a balance here to find, and I think that it's well understood by everybody. SMEs need to be, I mean, trained. In particular, this is something which I felt when I was at the Commission, when they are called for proposals. There are only people well trained sent by the big companies because there are enough people and well experienced in the big companies, but SMEs are always a problem actually to participate to the call for tenders. So I think that this is a very useful comment and we should pay attention to that. There was another question very interesting about training. This is not classified, I would say, as training, but nevertheless, it is a problem to solve in order to train properly people. This is a question about what does it mean to practice medicine today. I think that if you train people, I mean future doctors, you need at least to know for what actually you want to train them. And if you are not able actually to answer this question, the training is very difficult. So third concept was about harmonization. This is certainly the most difficult exercise. Harmonization actually is something which is very much related to the complexity of Europe. Harmonization, I mean, with another Europe, I would say, okay, I mean, with a federation of member states and not this very complex concept of different countries speaking to each other and doing something without knowing who is doing what, etc. I mean, it's extremely difficult in this context to compete with USA, for instance. So, therefore, harmonization should be, to my mind, actually a priority, because without harmonization, nothing is possible. The project is complex. This is a personal opinion. This is a complex project because Europe is complex. Okay? I mean, you cannot avoid this level of complexity. And so interoperability between all procedures is something which is part of the harmonization, and this is a very important priority. So if I can be more personal in the analysis, I would say that the results of Itech are very interesting and convincing. And if you listen to the interview of Eva Kaili this morning, no, not this one, beginning of the afternoon, I mean, you will see that she considered that this is a very important project. She said, even if my memory is correct, outstanding project. And she speaks about a potential platform between the Council, between the Commission, the Parliament, and industry and researchers. So, I mean, we are, to some extent, some link between these different categories of people. So I think that with that, did I forget something? Yes, I mean, this is something a bit form of joke, but to some extent we can state that in Itech we have ideas, and now we have to lead them to solutions. So basically, okay, this is a way, I mean, on one side you want to bring ideas, to the market, and we need to bring our ideas to the solutions. And the solutions are by definition actually the solution to the different proposals which have been proposed. Okay, we have proposed different things. Let's make them operational, and that should be the next step. So the problem is to find the best way. So I thank you very much, and wish you a very happy trip back home. And I don't know, maybe we'll meet next, I mean, not next year, it's a bit far, but this year, potentially. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for attending this meeting. Now there is a cocktail that will be served in the other room. I thank the audience, all the participants to this roundtable, all the speakers, all the people who had time to discuss. It was, for me, a wonderful afternoon, and I thank everyone. See you later, and see you at the cocktail.